Chapter 16, Danger. The battles that lead to hopes, memories, and dreams. Part 3. X. Who are you? Ichigo repeated himself towards the white silhouette. No sort of shadows could hint him if he's facing the figure's face or not. Forgetting about trying to see if he was even looking at its eyes, Ichigo looked around instead. Where was he? Was this part of his mindscape? Most likely not. Ichigo may have only gone into his mindscape twice throughout his entire life, but he could never forget such a simple setting. This place was completely not it. The most obvious difference between the two has to do with all the buildings set sideways. Looking behind he could see the cloudy sky, above him were more skyscrapers and right behind the white figure he could see a sidewalk. How is it that his mind isn't feeling all queasy? Shouldn't he have lost his balance the moment he appeared, not just in this strange world, but on the side of a building? Shouldn't he have freaked out? Yet, that's not what happened. Then came the fact that he felt unaffected. He was expecting the sick-to-the-stomach feeling but nothing came, and dare he say he felt natural being here. He casts his eyes back to the figure and frowns. Come on, I know I heard you talk. You can't give me the silent treatment. His frown deepens. How do you know my name? Did Zangetsu tell you? His eyes narrowed as he tried looking around for Zangetsu. Where is he? Did you do something to Zangetsu? As he accused the figure, he drew his blades. I'll give you 10 seconds for you to tell me. Which one should I answer first? Ichigo blinked owlishly. So it can talk. How do you know my name? He asks, slowly lowering down both Zanpakuto. I heard your name so many times from different people. The figure looked down at the building they were standing on before tapping it twice with his left feet. Ichigo only reacts out of instinct. He leaps up to the air and gathers Erasure under his feet. Now hovering above the building, he could see all the building's windows displaying an image. An image of Stark, but something felt off though. Hey there, Ichigo. I'm Coyote Stark, and that over there is Lilynette Gingerbuck, or you can call her Lily for short. Now Ichigo knew what felt off. The Stark that's showing right now was wearing the ragged cloth around himself. But there was more. This was the first time I met them. He stayed quiet as Lily now played across the windows. Welcome to the pack, Ichigo. The scenario changed again. He was no longer watching Lily now but Gerald instead, way before the hollow got the crack on his mask. No, what you did doesn't just happen in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo-sama. My life belongs to you now. My, it seems you both don't know how I was able to find you at Ichigo-kun. Lily-chan. Sale when he first found him and Lily on the ruins. You can't do anything, Ichigo. But I can. The first time he met Zangetsu. Are you talking to your imaginary friend again, Ichigo? Okora. How have you been, Ichigo? Ishin. Ichigo jumped as thunder roared. He knew to look behind him instead of looking up to the sky. Looks like it'll rain. His eyes looked back down to the building, trying to find the figure before it spoke right next to him. Why does it anger you? Again the redhead jumped before looking to his left, the figure casually hovering next to him. Instead of lashing out, Ichigo answers back. What are you talking about? I'm no fool, Ichigo, nor are you. You know what I'm talking about. The figure taps his feet again, causing the building below them to play all of Ichigo's memories of his father. He was calm but still the thunder roared. Ichigo closed his eyes and took a breath. Can you stop? Then answer me. He opens his eyes again and glares at the figure. I'm the one asking the questions here. If I answer all your questions, will you answer mine? Ichigo didn't see why he should deny the figure's request, however. 1. I will only answer one of your questions, but you have to answer all of mine first. That's fine. I only need to ask one. Who are you? Ichigo frowns. Who am I? Well, as far as I know. I'm no one. More confused than ever, Ichigo said. How do you not know who you are? Is something so simple? Do you know who you are? What? The redhead scowls. Hey, I thought I told you I was the one asking the questions here. He waited for the figure to say anything back, but as it went into silence, he asked the next question on his mind. Where am I? As the figure turned to look at him, with what Ichigo was hoping was its face, it answered him. Do you really not know? Do you not feel it? This is a part of your mindscape. Well, finally a part of your mindscape. Ichigo's eyes opened wide and he started looking around. This was all part of his mindscape. Wait. Finally. What do you mean by that? He turns around to look at the figure walking towards the ground again. This part of your soul got left untouched and unfinished after your death. As I came to be, I finished the work that the previous spirit left behind. It took me a while, but I needed to be careful. Is difficult working with someone's soul. Ichigo watched as the figure finally reached the ground and turned around to look at him. Patiently waiting for his next question. But now he didn't know what to ask. Every time the figure spoke, more questions kept popping to his head. You said you finished this? What do you mean? It's complicated to explain. It hasn't been long since I came to be. As Ichigo hears the figure's responses, he frowns. Then. How long have you existed? In here? Perhaps 2 months. But to my knowledge. Maybe over 100 years. 100 years? Ichigo could only think of 2 beings who could live that long. Are you some sort of Shinigami? Maybe an Arrancar? He softly frowned as the figure shook his head. Then what are you? He raises a brow up as the figure pointed at him. He points a finger towards himself. Me? The being said nothing, but he still kept pointing at him. Or better yet, not at him. He looks at the finger and then at his back. Could it be? Ichigo drew both of his zanpakuto. Close. The figure spoke. The being was still pointing at his zanpakuto, or more precisely, only one of them. Ichigo looks at the white blade sword. Are you Zangetsu? I am entirely not Zangetsu, but I am a part of him, or shall I say, we are. Zangetsu looks above him. Following his sights, Ichigo looks up to see the mask bandage man. Zangetsu. He couldn't help but feel delighted to see him again. Where have you been? I have been trying to talk to you for the last 2 months. The raven-haired man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed before taking a breath and standing up. It's good to see you too, Ichigo. Zangetsu opens his eyes to see Ichigo's eyes reflecting a scowl. He sighs as he brings a hand up, stopping Ichigo from saying anything. I know. It had been a long time, and I'm sorry about it, but some things came up. Then why are you finally talking to me? The boy asks, expecting for Zangetsu to say something, but all he did was point a finger at the white figure. What? I'm not trying to talk to you. Zangetsu frowns. It was him. Feeling more comfortable, Ichigo scowls while pointing at Zangetsu. Who is he? Didn't you hear him? He's Zangetsu, well, half of it, since I'm the other half. He felt like realizing a breath but held back in doing so. Zangetsu had already explained to him about what he is. Crossing his arms, he said, look, the real question here isn't who he is, it's what he is. Before the boy could open his mouth and ask, he raises his hand again. I know you have tons of questions, but there are more important things to talk about right now. Like what? The redhead scowls. I don't think there's anything more important than finding out what he is. Do you remember the first time you went into your mindscape? The man asks. It didn't take Ichigo long enough to recall his first memory. Yeah, I do. His eyes widened. Wait, are you saying I force my body again? Bingo. Zangetsu watches as the teen turns around and starts searching for something in the air. What are you looking for? The damn exit. Ichigo yelled back. Fuck. 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 Where is it, damn it? I need to get back. You can't leave just yet, Ichigo. Zangetsu spoke after a while, causing the other two to scowl. What the hell? I told you that Ichigo can't be here for too long. His body is acting without guidance. He could have possibly done some serious heavy damage out there already. Unfazed from the yell, the white figure looked Ichigo dead in the eyes. Are you done asking your questions? Yes. 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 Just get me out of here. Ichigo was freaking out. If his body has been acting only by reaction, does that mean he may have caused some damage to Karakura town? Then you're finally ready to answer my question? Huh. Wait. What? Ichigo sputtered. Was this thing for real? It still wanted its fucking answer. Look, I'll answer your question some other time. I promise. But, I need to get out of here. He waited for it to say anything. Zangetsu sighs and crosses his arms. That won't work, Ichigo. This thing. What it can do. It's just unheard of. So even though this is your mindscape, he's the one in control. Actually, he brought me here. Away from my mindscape. Two mindscapes. The redhead frowns. Why would I need two mindscapes? Why do you have two swords? What? Do you think we could hold your powers in one Zanpakuto? No, it wouldn't have been possible. You're a Quincy. A hollow, Zangetsu added. And Shinigami. Ichigo quietly added, too. And that's not all. Ichigo couldn't help but groan at the white figure's reply. Really? There's more. What else can I fucking be? You're still human. What? Human. But. I'm dead. I'm a soul now. That's easy to explain, brat. Do you remember the reason hollows have to eat? Seeing as Ichigo nodded, Zangetsu continued. When a soul becomes a hollow, only a tiny fraction of their humanity goes with them, and as said hollow keeps eating others of his kind, he would realize that the never-ending hunger seems to calm down a bit, but that's because of all the tiny amount of souls he ate had stacked up, building up the hollow's humanity. Ichigo furrowed his eyebrows. Is that what helps us evolve? That's right. Remember what Stark said. Hollows evolve after they have plenty of souls. But they don't evolve because of the souls. They evolve because they gather enough fractions of humanities. That's what drives us. To feel complete by trying to become human again. Going back to feeling human again in your case isn't good. The white figure spoke, gaining both men's attention. Gaining back part of your humanity meant that your soul was becoming unbalanced. So I had to fix it, and to do that, I had to balance your soul with us. Yup. While Paleface over here became the holder of your Quincy's powers, I became your Shinigami in Hollow's powers. He raises his hand to stop Ichigo. Yes, your powers had to split like this, cause if it didn't you'll be dead right now. Dead. Like dead? Ichigo yelled before remembering something important. Wait, how was it that I got enough souls to evolve into an Arrancar? He turned to Zangetsu and said, Sale and Stark are both convinced that I didn't go through the stages of evolution. I was already an Arrancar from the start. Zangetsu figured Ichigo would finally want to know about that. First thing first, you did not start off as an Arrancar, and that's all I'm going to tell you about that. Second thing, the only reason you could skip through all the evolutions was because of me, and the reason you're still breathing is cause, he pointed at the white silhouette. He was able to balance your soul. I know it may not sound like such a big deal, but when you can balance one's soul in under 5 minutes, well, you tell me. It took me about 6 years to work with your half. He felt like it should be a joke. Zangetsu, who was originally a hollow and perhaps lived longer than him, took 6 years to create the mindscape that he's familiar with, while this other Zangetsu took 5 minutes to do so. Wait. Ichigo looks at the white figure. I thought you said someone else was working in this mindscape before you took over and finished the job. What happens to him? Who was he? Ichigo didn't even get his reply from the white figure. He was nothing but a fucking parasite. The mask bandage man glared at the floor. He wasn't planning to give you the strength you needed to survive. Because then you wouldn't need him, and he was afraid of that. Afraid that he couldn't protect you. He looks back up and straight into Ichigo's eyes. So I fucking got rid of him. Well, not really, but still. It would have been bad if your Quincy side was to vanish. And that's something that we need to tell Ichigo. That's right. He couldn't believe he almost forgot about that. Ichigo, I don't think you have noticed it, but have you seen the way your control over Ryatsu seems to have improved? Were they supposed to be noticeable? You're kidding, right, brat? Haven't you noticed how fast you were able to coat your arm with Capaciro? You brought the time down to 10 seconds. And that's just your hand. You shouldn't have the control to do something like that yet. Was the change that obvious? How come he never noticed it before? Well, he thought training with Okora was helping him in that, but is that not the case? Is that bad or good? It's well, it's not bad. In a way it's good. For obvious reasons. Such as? It's proof that you're finally showing off some sort of Quincy's powers. And since you're showing off Quincy's powers, that means you're still somewhat a Quincy, and that's great news, cause that's the only proof we have that your soul's balanced, cause if it wasn't, you would be dead. Zangetsu added cheerfully. Ichigo looks down to his hands as he flexes his fingers. Quincy, Shinigami, and Hollow. Yes, after he learned about it from his father, he felt like it was no big deal. So he was special, so what? What does he get? Some medals? A cookie? Can you please just ask your question? He didn't even look up, he found his hands more interesting than meeting any of the men's gaze. The white figure only had one question set in his mind. Something simple that should hopefully relax the boy's mind and soul. Because if Ichigo can't control the storm that wishes to fall across his mindscape, it'll rain, and he hates the rain. He asks slowly. Why does it anger you? The words barely left his mouth and already he could hear the thunder scream again. Answer, Ichigo. Why? His eyes were still looking down to his hands. Can't you ask anything else? You said I can ask any question. Just ask something else. Ichigo yelled, ignoring the way the thunder seemed to sound closer. There are so many questions that you could ask, a ton of them, so why do you need to know that? Because I can feel it and I want to understand. It. Zangetsu watched as Ichigo steadily raised his head and finally met his stare. Being your Zanpakuto, you can say we have a form of mental and spiritual connection with one another. I can feel your emotions, but I don't understand them. It wasn't a bonus that came by being Ichigo's Zanpakuto's spirit, this was just one of the many power-ups that he had gifted the boy. So if the boy wishes to earn his resurrection, then he needs to hear his call by understanding himself better. Feeling as perhaps Ichigo won't say anything without a push, he says, why the hatred towards your father? He didn't ask it as a question but as a harsh demand now. Why do you hate your father for trying to keep you safe? A bitter laugh escapes through Ichigo's lips. Safe? Ha. Ha. How did he keep me safe? He lied to me from the very beginning. Why didn't he say anything to me about Shinigami, hollows, and souls? A heads up could have been nice. That way I could have been more aware of what was waiting for me on that fateful day. So maybe instead of running towards the waiting arms of a hollow, I could have turned around and ran. His breathing came out in labors. He wants to take a quick break before wanting to say more, but what else is there to say? Gentle stinging sensations coming from his back made him turn his head back. He flinched as raindrops hit his face. Rain, I hate the rain. Ichigo couldn't help but agree with Zangetsu, yet he couldn't say he hates the rain. Living in Hueco Mundo, he never had experienced rain, and during his time living in the human world, he did his best to avoid looking or even hearing the rain. Maybe it had to do with the fact that he died on a rainy day. Yeah. Tell me about it. Do you know why it's raining? The redhead shrugged his shoulders in a laid-back manner, his eyes closed and his head up to enjoy the gentle way the rain kissed his skin. Should I know why it's raining? He quietly whispered. You should. He waits for a couple of seconds before it turns to a minute without having the white figure say any more that causes him to scowl. That's it? You're not going to tell me? No, he isn't, because that's what we agreed on. Zangetsu spoke with a mirrored scowl. Sorry, Ichigo, but we're not going to help you with this. You can't expect us to help you every time you're stuck. Then what was the whole point of coming in here then? Ichigo looked towards the white figure. You can't expect me to leave after all of that. The whole point of you coming in here was because Paleface over there wanted to meet you, since he wanted to see whose soul he was living in. So now he got his answer. Turning his back towards Ichigo, the mask bandage man started walking off. Send him back, Paleface. He still hasn't answered my question. How can he answer your question when he doesn't even know the answer to it? The area went down into a tense silence. Ichigo watches Zangetsu's back, not understanding one bit why he wasn't helping him. He helps him during his training, so why can't he help him right now? He looks towards the other Zangetsu. If his other Zanpakuto half was as powerful as Zangetsu made him sound, then why would it listen to him? You're not actually going to listen to him, right? You still want your answer. I do, but he's right. Zangetsu raises his hand and pokes the redhead's forehead. Light embraces the teen in a hug before he vanishes, removed from his own inner world. He kept staring at the space. He's an interesting boy. He turns around to see the other Zanpakuto spirit behind him. Though it seems he must mature more. He's an okay kid. Zangetsu replied, watching the same empty spot as Zangetsu. Though he was right, you didn't have to listen to me. You could have waited for him to tell you, or better yet, you could have helped him. The white finger shook his head. No, it would have been pointless to keep him in here any longer, since he doesn't even know the answer himself. Turning towards the man, it was now his turn to ask the hollow-eyed man some questions. Why didn't you help him with his dilemma? How are you expecting him to hear his resurrection through the rain now? He looks forward and allows the rain to meet his featureless face. Because I can't help him. Ichigo has to accept what happened. If he can't accept his hollow side, then he will never hear it. How long will that take? Centuries. Why so long? Zangetsu raises an eyebrow as he hears a concerned tone coming from the white figure. Honestly, I'll be a bit surprised if the brat could hear it in a couple of decades. Ichigo never spent time as a hollow, a common hollow. The boy was already a. Well, he was half an Arrancar when he first started off his hollow life. So Ichigo never got the time to accept what he became or what he had done. You're talking about what he did to his own mother? Pfft. You mean how the brat unknowingly absorbed his mother's soul? Hearing a quiet humming of agreement, Zangetsu turns towards the white figure. Don't feel pity for Ichigo, because let me tell you this, Ichigo was a kid when all of this happened, and he didn't know what he did until that bastard Shinigami showed him. Ichigo could have lived his life normally, and he could have been able to hear his resurrection without knowing about his mother's fate. But now, thanks to the Shinigami, Ichigo lost his chance. Must we really avoid helping Ichigo with his problem? At least trying to soothe down his pain could help us. No. We can't give him any shortcuts because whenever he's in trouble he'll be expecting one of us to help him. It's fine to help him train but that'll be all. Zangetsu turns around and crosses his arms in front of his chest. This is just something Ichigo naturally needs to go through. Naturally? Zangetsu turns around to respond to Paleface before stopping. Instead of the white figure there was a tall lean-built, stoic middle-aged man with pale skin, high cheekbones with stubble and long ragged black hair with brown highlights. His attire comprises of a tattered white dress shirt with an upturned collar and cuffs, black pants, low-heeled boots, and a long, amorphous black overcoat with a burgundy highlight that flares out into ragged ends and a pair of brown-tinted, semi-transparent wraparound sunglasses. With the appearance of Ichigo's Quincy powers, Zangetsu summons a black dado. The cross guard has 4 prongs bent out to form the shape of the manji. Fuck, here I thought I left you seal. He's gone. Paleface? He slowly lowers down his sword. Is that you? Who else could it be? Well shit, here I thought he was able to get out. Dismissing the blade, Zangetsu started walking around Zangetsu. So what the fuck is this? Why did you change into him? Could you have always done this? Not quite, I absorb him. Zangetsu's eyes widened, he slowly and carefully spoke to Zangetsu. You absorb him? That's impossible. There's no way you could have done something like that. He tried plenty of times but Ichigo's Quincy's powers were just too much for him. Not to mention that the Quincy spirit was more powerful than him so he couldn't destroy him. There was more, if he was to destroy Ichigo's Quincy's power would that had led the boy into soul suicide because his soul would have been unbalanced. How did you do it? He cares for Ichigo, maybe not in the same affectionate tone as you, but he cares. Zangetsu raises an eyebrow. Doesn't answer my question, Paleface. We found a neutral ground. We both want to keep Ichigo safe even though our reasons are different. To him, Ichigo's a lost boy who needs guidance, and he wants to help Ichigo by having him grow. The old man turned towards the other spirit. My reasons are simple, the boy is my current host, if he was to die then I would perish with him. So I will keep him alive. Sheesh, and here I thought the other guy was a parasite. Feeling uneasy with the hard stare Zangetsu was sending him, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and put on an unfazed expression. What? Something you want to say? How was it that you did it, to keep him at bay? He narrows his eyes as Zangetsu looks elsewhere. His strength is no joke. He's stronger than you so how did you do it? The masked man sighed. It wasn't easy. Honestly, I couldn't do anything against him. I couldn't overpower him, I couldn't destroy him but I outsmarted him. With death. Zangetsu frowns. Observing him led me to gain his memories. He answers the man's unsaid question. You threatened him with an unavoidable or an instant death. He saw it all, plenty of countless times. Zangetsu tried his best to defeat the boy's Quincy's powers but had always failed, that was until the masked man finally seemed to realize that power wasn't everything. He tricked the other spirit. Remembering the fact that he was pure hollow Ryatsu, he uses that to trick the other Zanpakuto spirit. Warn him that if he did not stay at bay, then he would try to destroy the boy by unbalancing his soul. Simple and easy, yet it worked. And after that work, Zangetsu sealed the man away. So, you don't need me going into details then? Zangetsu interrupted, bringing out the man from his thoughts. Good, then we're done here. He yawns behind his hand before turning around and walking off. Well, I'm gone. The overcoat man hummed. Are you heading back to your side of Ichigo's mindscape? Hell no. Do you have any idea how bad the weather is there? There's a literal hurricane passing through. Zangetsu shook his head. No, thank you. I wanna stay here. Again he hummed and watched as Zangetsu went inside a building to take shelter from the rain. His mind now wonders what his future holds by being Ichigo's Quincy's powers. How will things turn out to be from this point on? Humans are strange. That was Byakuya's simple understanding of humans. Their existence was always a puzzle to him. What were they meant for? Does their existence matter? He could never understand, and it's not like he hasn't bothered trying to understand them, they're all too different to understand. Some are humble and some are too prideful, some were kind and others were cruel, etc., etc. They were all so different in person, but besides that, they were all still human, so why would there be such a huge misunderstanding between one another? Why would they treat each other differently? Then there was the fact that they were some very destructive creatures. Creating weapons of mass destruction, and for what purpose? For what reason did they build such weapons? Apparently, it was for peace. Peace brought with death. He tried understanding why they would believe that death could bring peace. It was an idea with a very strong flaw. During his early years as a Shinigami captain, they tasked him to watch over two cities, two very specific cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Both victims of the humans' way of peace, and there was a reason he had to watch over them, and that was because it became a feeding ground to hollows. Hundreds of thousands of souls walk through the ruins of their cities. Members of his division were there to send those souls to Soul Society, as many as they could. So many innocent souls lost to hollows, and some of them turned into hollows. At the time when he first witnessed a soul transformation into a hollow, he wondered if they ever took a part of their humanity with them. He wonders if they could still feel love, hate, sadness. It was a small and yet big question that rested on the back of his subconscious, and that question has been back there for as long as he remembers, never making itself more self-conscious than it should be. That was until he met Zangetsu and the Arrancar. His first experience with these hollows was not Zangetsu but the brunette instead. His first impression of the man was with how calm and unpretentious he was. While he wasn't trying to show off, he could see just how easily he was able to handle him and the rest of the captains. Dare he says the Arrancar wasn't even trying to hurt them. But why wouldn't he? He's a Shinigami and he was a hollow. The Arrancar should have tried killing him since it was only natural for him to do so. Yet he never went for a killing blow, and because of that, the hollow appears as a strange enigma. Still, that didn't stop him from doing his duty, and because of his actions, his second experience with an Arrancar went differently. Zangetsu, or as he had introduced himself as Kurosaki Ichigo, was perhaps the most mysterious hollow ever. The pre-child Arrancar was difficult yet easy to understand. Well, honestly, he only interacted with the redhead once, and that wasn't a very pleasant memory to think about. He didn't have much to judge the boy beside the fact that he was a powerful hollow that needed to become purified. But, there was something that told him that he shouldn't judge the boy just yet. Yes, even though the boy had mutilated him by serving his right hand, Ichigo never killed him. Something he could have easily done. And there was more, he knew there was more. He wishes he could better understand him before judging the boy. But as he lowers down the spherical dome that he commanded his senbons Okora Kageyoshi to take to protect everyone from Ichigo's overpower Luz de la Luna, he can finally judge the boy as he sees the barren wasteland he created. Kurosaki Ichigo is nothing but a monster. A far too dangerous monster. He guesses hollows take something from their human nature, their destructive essence. His arms fell to the sides, his bankai falling to the ground, since he's too mentally shocked to keep them up. Dark, scorching burn marks replaced the green and flourish park and spread across the park's ground like branches. He could still see green flames eating down dozens of trees. He looks up to the sky to see Captain Hitsugaya's clouds replaced by smoke. Damn it! Captain Kuchiki turned around to see the young captain kneel to the ground, too exhausted in trying to stand back up. "Are you okay, Captain Hitsugaya?" The boy nodded once and tried getting back on his feet before falling right back. "I feel too weak to do anything right now." He looks down to his revert Zanpakuto. "At least I used the last of my strength to create a shield around both senbons Okora Kageyoshi." His eyes were fast to spot the quick retreat from Byakuya's bankai as he used his blossom petals to create a dome around not just them, but the lieutenants, too. Just for precautionary measures, he summoned ice pillars around the Pink Petals domes. Hitsugaya likes to think he has made the right call. Do you think the others are all right? A powerful green energy blast fired up to the sky, clearing away all the smoke, answered the captain's question. That seems to be the work of Captain Yukate's Shirkai. Kuchiki said, feeling relieved that Captain Suifoam was okay since he left her alone to deal with the Arrancar. What about Captain Kuratsuchi? Toshiro asked. What about him? Came the grumpy reply of Captain Zaraki, pushing past Kuchiki and Toshiro. He's a captain for a reason. I'm sure something like this wouldn't have killed him. He glares as he spotted Ichigo's body, the boy no longer in his demonic form. As he finally got close and towered over Ichigo, the boy lying face downward, he scowled and picked up the redhead from the top of his head. Is this really all you had, Zangetsu? Cut him down, Captain Zaraki. The white-haired boy said as he moved to Kenpachi's left side. We can't have a hollow like him running around anymore, he's becoming too dangerous. Though he lost his sense of pride, his common sense hadn't left him just yet. Ichigo was becoming a problem that would soon be out of their hands. Is the boy alive? Captain Kuchiki asks from Kenpachi's right side. We don't know if an Arrancar disintegrates upon death, it could be possible that they don't. I'll check then. Kenpachi tightens his grip around Ichigo's head, making the teen grunt before slowly making him open his eyes. Mornin', brat. What? Captain Kuchiki watches as the boy tries to reach his blades before his hands fall motionless by his sides. It seems the boy's body can't handle such power. Yet. Another good reason we need to get rid of him right now. Captain Hitsugaya spoke. Captain Zaraki, cut him down. Kuchiki demand. No, Kenpachi said in a silent and stoic manner that no one has ever heard him speak before. I spent 8 months waiting for this. I put too much of my patience so I can finally have my rematch, and you're right, brat, there's nothing for me to get back from him, but, he turned around and grinned towards Captain Hitsugaya, there's something he has to give me, and that's a good fight. He turned back to look into Ichigo's eyes, a faraway look in them, and spoke back in his usual brash attitude. So fucking sorry that I'm not fighting Zangetsu to get my captain's pride back or because it's a captain's duty. Ichigo was trying to understand most of Captain Zaraki's speech, but with the loud ringing in his ears, he couldn't understand him. He felt as the spiky-haired captain squeezed his head again before letting him go, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, Kenpachi shoved him back, now lying on the ground with his back facing the ground. Get up, brat. He heard the captain calling him, and his eyes could only lazily look at the scowl on his face. Damn it, brat, don't make me kill you right now without a fight. Ichigo didn't react as Captain Zaraki pulled him to his feet by his shirt. Zangetsu was walking in a thin line with his short patience. The boy still had the faraway look in his eyes, as if his mind was not there at the moment. Raise your blade, brat, Kenpachi growls his words through clenched teeth. Patience almost breaking, he shoves the Arrancar back to the ground again. He turned towards Captain Kuchiki and said, Hey, fancy pants, what did you do last time to piss him off? With a dispassionate look, Byakuya says, stop trying to anger the boy and finish him already. Not until I get my fight. Kenpachi replies, causing him to have a staring contest with the noble before turning to Toshiro when he heard him say, the girl. Girl? The 11th Division captain asks back. What girl? There was a girl with lime green hair when we first encountered Ichigo, the one that Captain Kuchiki injured with his Kido spell. Captain Hitsugaya elaborated so that Kenpachi could remember, and it seemed he did with the way his eyes lit up. Ah, that's right. I think I remember seeing a bitch that like when Zangetsu and I first fought. Oi, he turned around to tease Ichigo but caught his words. The teen was back on his feet with a weak glare on his face. His grin came back. You look like you got something to say, Zangetsu. Ichigo wheezed as he spoke. Her name is Lily. Kenpachi ignored the girl's name and still called her with his foul insult. Don't like that name. I'm just going to keep calling her a bitch. His smile turned bloody as he could see Ichigo's glare harden. Her name is Lily. Ichigo said as he drew his black blade with his left hand. He still couldn't feel much strength from his right one. He could feel his teasing working. Ichigo was close to breaking and maybe changing back to his demonic appearance. If you want me to call the bitch by her name, then you have to beat it into me. He rushes towards Ichigo as the boy tries closing the gap with Sonido. He parries Ichigo's blade to the left, leaving him exposed. Before he could slash the boy across his chest, Ichigo grabbed his sword with his right hand which seemed coated with a strange white substance. You got some new tricks I see. Kenpachi pulls his sword and watches as sparks flew off the boy's hand instead of blood. Ichigo couldn't believe how right Zangetsu was. He easily coated his hand with Kappa Zero in just a couple of seconds and to his surprise, he seemed to have just used the last of the Kappa's ability, SOS Kalido, to harden his Hierro. He flexes his fingers before looking back up to Captain Zaraki. You're right. I gotta beat it into your skull. Now we're fucking talking. Kenpachi yells before launching a Ryatsu wave towards Ichigo. The redhead grinned as he naturally let his SOS Kalido switch to Devourer. The captain's yellow energy attack turned into a stream of yellow light before being observed by Devourer. As he draws back his right hand, Ichigo swings back his black-bladed Zanpakuto. Getsuga Tensho. Kenpachi laughs like a maniac as he unleashes a burst of Ryatsu, protecting him from Ichigo's assault. Come on, you need to try harder than that. He didn't even ask what was it that Ichigo did to his attack, all he knows is that he should keep it metal to metal. Looking at the yellow flame on the palm of his hand, Ichigo looks back up to Kenpachi as he sees the man race towards him. Not gonna use any more Ryatsu now, huh? As the captain swung his blade down, Ichigo held his diagonally and swiftly directed Kenpachi's sword to the ground while swinging his back up, causing a gash across Kenpachi's chest. Not enough. He clenched his teeth as he saw a look of excitement across the captain's face and not a look of pain. As his blade reached a peak, Ichigo was ready to swing it back down again but stopped the moment he spotted Captain Zaraki's chipped blade coming back for another swing. Instead of blocking the Shinigami's Zanpakuto with his own, he uses his white-coated hand instead, ability changing back to SOS Kalido. Making sure he had a strong grip on the man's blade, he swung back his Zanpakuto while calling out another one of his signature attacks. Getsuga Tensho. This time, Kenpachi used a burst of Ryatsu to protect himself from the blank zone energy attack. His Getsuga Tensho connected to the man's burst, and he quietly curses as he felt the man's blade cut through his SOS Kalido before realizing that his abilities have unintentionally switched. He was now using his Devourer instead. Crap. I still don't have any sort of control between them. Distracted, he didn't react fast enough to let go of the man's blade as he pulled the chipped Zanpakuto from his grip. Kenpachi smirks as he spotted blood and sparks. You're not so tough to cut. His smile as Ichigo's wound heals instantly. But it's gonna be fun cutting you down. Ichigo couldn't even find the time to charge a zero at the captain, the man's speed seemed to have gotten a boost. Crap. He raises his hand just in time to catch Kenpachi's sword but doesn't find the time to strengthen his grip around it before Kenpachi pulls his sword back, causing a deeper cut through his hard skin. Captain Zaraki kept grinning as Ichigo started attacking him with wild swings. All he did was easily swatting away Ichigo's attacks with the flat side of his Zanpakuto. Come on. Put your back into it. As he parries another one of Ichigo's attacks, he brought back his blade and cut Ichigo across his chest with a terrifying speed that caught the boy off guard. I don't get it. Ichigo let his wounds heal before going back to his assaults, holding his black-bladed sword with both hands, trying to see if added strength could get him to pass Zaraki's defenses. But the 11th Division captain seemed to see through his moves, even with the speed he was swinging his blade around. Kenpachi was still following and countering before he made his next move. He jumps back and with both hands, he calls out an unnamed Getsuga Tensho. But to his complete shock, Captain Zaraki disperses his attack with a simple swat of his blade. How? How is he this strong? His shaky hollow eyes watch as the crooked smile on Kenpachi's face turns into a frown. Come on brat, is that the best you got? Zaraki said as he blocked a desperate attack from Ichigo. I'm barely even trying at this point. What a letdown you turned out to be. 8 months of his patience went to waste. The expected feeling of a battle ecstasy was all but gone. He was expecting a lot from the boy. Zangetsu had time to train, too. He scowls as the boy raises his Zanpakuto with both hands, the edge of the blade gaining a bright blue. All Ichigo heard from the Shinigami captain was an irritated, enough, before his actions came to a halt as an aching pain ran across his chest. While his body stayed motionless, his eyes were following Captain Zaraki as he started walking towards him. He was about to act before the pain on his chest got worse. Looking down, Ichigo found a gaping wound across his chest. He tried to open his mouth to talk but instead of words, blood was pouring out. He drops his blade as a hand goes to his mouth and another to his wound. His instant regeneration took longer than usual, since it was a deeper wound. After a couple of seconds his injuries were gone. Ichigo looks up just in time as Kenpachi pierced his shoulders with his chipped Zanpakuto and pinned him to the ground. And it's over. Kenpachi turns around to only see Captain Hitsugaya. Where the hell is the pretty boy at? Captain Kuchiki went to take Kuchiki Rukia to the 4th Division. Toshiro answer. Just her. Didn't we have like 3 lieutenants down? Kenpachi asks Toshiro, while looking at him to make sure Ichigo wouldn't try anything. Oh wait, didn't we see the fat guy from the 2nd Division turn to ash? His name was Lieutenant Omida. Captain Hitsugaya sharply replies. That could have been any of our lieutenants. He narrows his eyes and says, even yours. TCH. Kenpachi drills his sword deeper into Ichigo as he sees the teen trying to reach his sword. So what do we do with him? Toshiro narrows down his turquoise eyes. What do you think? We purify him. Purify. Both captains turned to look at Ichigo. Toshiro slowly nodded his head as he answered the teen. That's right. A Shinigami's duty is to send all soul plus to soul society while also purifying hollows. You don't kill us? Ichigo asks back. At this, Captain Hitsugaya thought about the answer more. We aren't killing hollows. What we do is purify them, and when we purify hollows, we help release all the souls they ate. All the souls, Captain Hitsugaya doesn't understand why Ichigo would be so interested in his enemy's duties. That's right, all the souls. With a shaky voice, Ichigo's ask. And what happens to the hollow who ate those souls? Do they go to soul society as well? As the small captain shakes his head, he casts his eyes down. They don't go to soul society. The hollow's souls and every other soul they ate go into the cycle of recreation. Captain Hitsugaya answered back. Just as he finished answering the boy's question, he looks up to the sky as he senses dozens of Senkamen open up. That's no good. I agreed, it's not. Captain Hitsugaya's eyes widened as someone sent Kenpachi flying back. He brought his eyesight forward in time to see the bottom flat end of a cane hit him on the chest. Urahara Kisuke puts a hand on his hat and turns around to send a shocked Ichigo a goofy smile. Guess the plan didn't work out so well. Seeing Kenpachi's sword impaled on the boy, the shopkeeper grabbed it by the hilt and said, "Sorry if this hurts." Ichigo bit down his scream before looking behind Urahara as both captains started getting back to their feet. Urahara is in. The shaggy blonde turns around to see both captains ready to launch at him. Oh Shinji-san. You're up. I know already. The Visard yelled, holding his release shuriken. His Zanpakuto's pommel became a large ring. An extension of the crossguard covered the first few inches of the blade, the tip ending in a slanted razor-like edge instead of being tapered to a point, and there are 5 holes along the sword's length. Remember what I told you, Urahara. As he spun Sakanade, a pink mist formed. Sakasama no Sekai. A strange yet heavenly aroma invaded Ichigo's nose. He couldn't get another sample of the smell before Urahara tossed him over his shoulders and started running. He was trying to lift his head up when for some strange reason, he started focusing on the ground instead. He also could only hear the way both captains were yelling, but no matter how hard he tried, he kept looking down instead. What the hell is going on? Holy crap, that was a close one, Shinji commented as he finally caught up to Urahara, now traveling to the man's left side. I can't believe you got the hang of it so quickly. A cocky smirk reaches his lips as Urahara looks to his right instead. Guess not. Well, what can I say, the ex-shopkeeper went back to looking forward. It's hard to move your body when your mind is set to reverse. Wait. We have to go back. Okora and my uncle are still back there. Urahara wraps his arms around Ichigo tighter as the teen was trying to worm himself out from his grip. It's okay, Ichigo-kun. They're already heading back to the warehouse. Pulling out a cloak from inside his own, Urahara covers Ichigo up so that no one could follow them. With Okora. Okora took one deep breath and pushed the tree that had fallen on top of him from the blast. He resheathes his Zanpakuto since he resealed his resurrection. Such power. He whispers in awe as he could see the crater that Ichigo's attack had created. But, how, the power I felt before the blast went off. It was my Ryatsu, and I'm sure Ichigo uses my Luz de la Luna. He turned his head around as another blast went off that seemed aimed up to the sky instead. It didn't take him long enough for him to figure out who that was. Using the last of his strength during his resurrection to heal his wounds have already left him too weak to re-enter it. I need to get over to Ichigo and get us out of here. Okora, tch, as he remembers about Ichigo's uncle. I guess I must save him, too. He was about to go find Ryuken when he senses someone's Ryatsu behind him. He turns around, unsheathing his Zanpakuto, to only see someone throw their captain's Haori at him, blocking his sight. Feeling pain on his chest, he leaps back and looks down to see Suzumabachi's trademark butterfly stamp on him. You're a very persistent woman. So they have told me. The 2nd Division captain's cocky grin drops as she senses Captain Kuchiki heading over to where she could sense the lieutenants. Kuchiki Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Matsumoto Ranjaku. I can sense them, but where the hell is that sloth's Ryatsu at? She shook her mind off from her lieutenant and concentrated on the Arrancar. So, ready for round 2? The green-eyed Arrancar tch'd and pointed a finger at the captain while creating a zero. The small smirk on her lips as he fired his attack was the only clue he got before realizing he walked into her trap. The white-haired captain once again steps between his zero and the woman to absorb it with his shurikai. Before he could create another one, Captain Yukitake pointed one of his swords and fired back his zero. Dodging with a sonido, Okora narrows down his eyes and speculates the captain's shurikai ability. You can absorb my attacks and fire them back at me with even greater and faster force. He looks down at his chest and scowls while looking at the 2nd Division captain. Your shurikai's abilities are hard to understand, but all I know is that you must hit me again at the center of this stamp. Captain Yukitake nodded. You're quite the clever one, Holo-san. How about we don't start praising our opponent for figuring out how our release Zanpakuto works? Suifeng said, getting an apologetic look from the white-haired man. Moving closer to his fellow captain while also keeping his eyes on the Arrancar, Captain Yukitake whispers, so what can you tell me about this Holo? Keeping her eyes on the target, Suifeng whispers back. He's a very smart Holo, too clever for my taste. I don't know if he's any skillful with his sword, he instantly used his resurrection the moment we tried to stop Zangetsu. Resurrection? Jushiro asks back, unsure of the word. Think about it as the equivalent of our Bankai. Okora looks down to the stamp on his chest. The puncture wound left by the petite captain's weapon haven't healed at all. Perhaps it's a setback for using my resurrection. Did that mean it'll take longer to heal wounds after the use of his resurrection? I have no time to waste here. He focuses again on creating another zero, getting the captain's attention. That won't work, Hollow-san. You already know of my Shirkai's abilities, why bother? Captain Yukitake said, preparing to catch Okura's attack. Okura didn't bother to reply. He aimed his zero between him and the captain's and used the smoke from the explosion to head over to Ichigo. It would have worked if Captain Suifeng hadn't thought the same idea and prepared herself by appearing behind him the moment his zero hit the ground. Pesky woman. He swings his Zanpakuto at her. Seeing as his blade had gone through an afterimage, he brought back his blade to his chest, blocking Suifeng's attempt of stabbing the center of the butterfly stamp. Just when he blocked and was preparing to counterattack, the petite captain stepped behind him and stabbed him on his right shoulder, creating another stamp. He grunts and swings his blade around, but the captain vanishes. He looks to his stomach to see another stamp. Toying with me, are you now? His focus changed from the petite woman to the man when he saw him join the fray now. Okura carefully deflects all the captain's attacks while keeping a close eye on his opponent's Zanpakuto and Suifeng. As he spotted the golden rings from Suifeng's hair, he blocks Yukitake's upcoming attack and takes a fast arch swing behind him to once again hit one of her afterimages. Damn it! Getting fooled, he tries turning around in time to block Yukitake's sword, but he was too late and the man was able to slash his back. He leaps back to put some space, but as his pesquisa sends Captain Suifeng behind him, he quickly swings his Zanpakuto, but his blade never reached her since Captain Yukitake called out a Bakuto number 4. Hainawa slithering rope to wrap his arms and body with a yellow rope made from his Ryatsu, leaving him immobilized. Does he even have time to escape with a Sonido? Can he even use a Sonido to escape the Bakuto spell that connected to his opponent? While deep in thought about what his best course of action should be, Okura kept dulling, staring at the weapon that's aimed to his chest before feeling a tug. He didn't know what he was expecting, but being saved from Suifeng's Shirkai by Captain Yukitake was not one of them. He quietly grunts as he hits the ground. I'm sorry for that, Hollow-san. He heard his opponent say. What are you doing, Captain Yukitake? Suifeng said in a not too friendly tone. Okura turns his head to see the calm look on the captain's face while trying to break free of the Bakuto spell. Just hear me out, Captain Suifeng, we need to at least gather information about why they return here again. They're probably planning something. He heard the man's word, then he turned his head to the other captain to see what her reaction/response would be. Are you crazy, Captain Yukitake? We don't need any information from them. We already know everything that we needed to know. So just purify the hollow. The 2nd Division captain yelled. Okura looks at one before the other. Was Captain Yukitake trying to take him back to Soul Society alive? That won't be any good. He goes back to trying to break free before he sees it, and then a plan comes to mind. I assure you, there's much that you don't know about us. As he gained both captains' attention, he said. Do you think we came here with no purpose? Our king has tasked us with a mission and we will succeed. King! Both captains yelled. Yukitake's eyes widened. Wait, does Zangetsu follow this king as well? Are you saying that Zangetsu, a powerful hollow, is a follower of this king? Are there more of them? Watching as the Arrancar nodded made his stomach turn to knots. A hollow king. Such a powerful being existing that rules over strong monsters like Zangetsu could be Soul Society's worst nightmare. Captain Suifeng, we need to take him back and extract information from him. She may want Zangetsu's and this hollow's death, but when they hold information that could be useful for Soul Society, well, she has to hold back the urge to kill Okura. Right. She was about to open a Senkaman when he opened his mouth again and stopped her. I believe there's no harm in telling you that our mission was to meet up with Urahara Kisuke and Shihoin Yoruchi. Her gray eyes widened and turned around to ask Okuyora to repeat himself, but a quick chop to the back of her head made her fall into oblivion. Taken back from seeing Yoruchi appearing out of the blue and knocking out Suifong with an unsuspected chop, Yukitake realized the hollow's words were a distraction. Mashiro Super Zero. Hearing a voice above him, he let loose of the bidding spell and dodged the strange Arch Zero launched at him. What? Watching as the attack misses the Arrancar, Yukitake looks up to the sky to see Kuna Mashiro. He watches as the green-haired woman lands next to the hollow. You got on with the plan. She cheerfully said as she helped Okuyora to his feet. Looking at his injuries, she frowns. You're in bad shape. I'm fine, these wounds will heal. The green-eyed Arrancar started cleaning off the dirt from his shirt while addressing the Shinigami captain. It seems my luck is still with me, Captain San. Yukitake nodded. It would seem so. So what are you going to do now? Yoruchi asks, tying her ex-student up. I know you can't handle all three of us at the same time, besides, you're having a lucky streak. Yourself since your disease hasn't kicked in. Sheathing back his Zanpakuto, Yukitake sighed. I can't do anything more. With that said, Mashiro moves closer to Okuyora and puts one of his hands over her shoulders. Come on, I'll take you back to our hideout. I forgot you never saw ours. You're gonna love it. We have all this new cool stuff that Urahara-san brought. We have jobs now, too. I mean, Hiyori doesn't like it and she makes sure to always complain about it every day but... Okuyora kept listening as she went on talking about all things the Visards warehouse seemed to have now, a ghost of a smile on his face. He almost forgot just how talkative Mashiro was. As both Okuyora and Mashiro left, Yoruchi was ready to follow them when Yukitake's voice stopped her. Have you joined forces with the Hollows? With her back facing the captain and she says. You know, I kind of ask myself the same thing, but, as I got to know them better, I realized that I didn't join forces with a bunch of Hollows. She turns around, which lets Captain Yukitake see her gentle smile, and repeats the words she heard come out of Ishin's mouth some time back. Just a bunch of misunderstood souls. Now alone, Captain Yukitake sighed as he looked up to the sky to see dozens of Senkamen opening up. Yamamoto-sensei is going to kill me. As Okuyora sensed dozens of powerful Ryatsu appearing all over the park, he looked at Mashiro and said, we need to go find Ichigo's uncle, he wasn't too far away from me. Don't worry about Ryuken, we went to help him first. Yoruchi said as she caught up to them. Unlike you, it's been a while since he has done any sort of combat. He got lucky that Captain Kuratsuchi got caught by surprise from the blast and didn't find the time to take shelter, unlike Ryuken, who sensed the blast and started running away from it. I see, Okuyora replied, looking down at the ground, feeling a bit relieved that Ichigo's uncle was all right. Seeing the downcast look on his face, Yoruchi said, it's no big deal. She shrugs her shoulders and continues in a monotone. You got paired up with Captain Yukitake who could absorb not just Zero but your Ryatsu and my little bee, Captain Suifong, who seemed to finally gotten faster than me and by default, was already faster than you. Shitty luck if you ask me. Seeing the way Okuyora was still looking gloomy, Mashiro nudged him. Don't start feeling down. This just means you gotta improve more. So once you're all healed up we're gonna go back to training with your superhero transformation. Another one of his rare smiles formed on his lips. Yes, my superhero transformation could use some work. He doesn't feel like correcting her that his superhero transformation was his resurrection. As he looked back up, he spotted Rose and a large man that he learned was called Hachi, carrying the white-haired Quincy on his back. They were heading towards the same destination as them, the Visards warehouse. Yoruchi quietly groaned as Mashiro started babbling like a parrot. Telling Okuyora everything she has been up to since the day they left. Living with the Visards, she learns that the best way to have the talkative Mashiro to leave you alone is by simply nodding and replying, "Ah, yes," and the occasion "Oh, really now," to have her pout and go bother someone else. There was nothing wrong with the woman, she's a great sparring partner and she got her serious moments now and then, but in talking, she just can't shut it. Also didn't help that the only person to have ever paid attention to her was living in an entirely different dimension. But now, she looks over at the pair and presses her lips into a thin concentrate line. Trying to understand why someone like Okora, who's the quiet and prefer to be alone with peace in mind type, could get along with someone so socially and chatty like Mashiro. She squints her eyes and blinks owlishly as she spotted the rarest object in the world, Okora's smile. Not the smile Ichigo could make his brother form on his lips, the sporadically rare centimeter-high corner proud smirk because he did something right, but an actual smile. Looking past his smile and looking more into his facial expression, the well-endowed woman could see the way he quietly listens to everything Mashiro was talking about, like genuinely listening to her. He hasn't shut her voice out of his thoughts like everyone else would, and dare she say that the look on his face was one of wistful longing for the day he would have listened to Mashiro's talks, or perhaps voice. Hearing Mashiro talking, she set her golden eyes to the lime-haired visor to see a gleeful look in her eyes. Almost as if she waited for too long to talk to Okora again. Captain Commander Yamamoto wishes he could finish Zangetsu's job and burn down this entire park with the 3 captain that allow this destruction to unfold. Captain Kuchiki, from what the captains that he sent as backup told him, had left Captain Suiphone by herself to deal with the Arrancar while he went over to rescue his sister from Zangetsu. Nothing happened to the 2nd Division captain, and the only injuries she seems to have right now was a concussion and a cut on her forearm, so nothing too bad there. Though his irritation wasn't about those two, no, it had to do with Captain Hitsugaya. While looking like the white-haired captain was having a hard time looking straight, Yamamoto wondered why there wasn't any sign of battle on him. His Captain Haori was still neatly clean, unlike the last time he battled Zangetsu. No sort of wounds on him, besides being exhausted, were spotted on him. Captain Hitsugaya, he started his speech with a cacophonous tone. He won't go easy with the boys since he asks to be on every tour to just ruin his only chance. I want you to explain how you 3 couldn't defeat Zangetsu and even allow the hollow to once again slip through your fingers while leaving behind a catastrophe like this. The 10th Division captain would later explain that the only reason his eyes weren't looking at the captain commander's set was because of the strange effect caused by the bobcut Shinigami Shirkai's abilities. Zangetsu, he wasn't alone. He was with another Arrancar. To make matters worse, the Quincy, who has been hurting our men, joined Zangetsu's side since the Hollow's family. In what way? Captain Kuratsuchi asks, looking like a mess with his makeup half a mess. Turns out that the boy you capture is Zangetsu's cousin, and that means Zangetsu is his nephew. The ancient Shinigami heard the mad scientist mutter under his breath and turn his harsh gaze towards the man. Captain Kuratsuchi, how about you make yourself useful and send out your division to cover up this mess since your genius couldn't create a proper barrier to hold back Ryatsu. With a clenched jaw and a firm response, Yamamoto watches the 12th Division captain leave before Captain Aizen appears with a more detailed report on Zangetsu's damage, but with the sorrowful look on his face, he could already guess some details of his report. We have counted a little over 400 newly soul plus that appear here in Karakura town, all of them victims of getting crushed by Zangetsu's spiritual pressure. With more findings coming up, we found that a diameter of 10 miles, labeling Karakura town as the main center, became devoid of any hollow's presence, almost as if they fled for their lives. Zangetsu's transformation scared them away, but now that they sense him gone, they will return here and possibly mark this town as a hollow feeding zone for the next couple of weeks. All the passing Shinigami wince as they could hear how hard the captain commander was gripping his cane. They could even see the veins on his wrinkling hands pop out, and as he spoke, every word that rolled out of his tongue caused the surrounding air to rise in temperature. Captain Aizen, return to Soul Society and gather a fair number of your men to bring here to Karakura town so that we may start sending these lost souls where they belong. Yamamoto concentrated a fiery glare towards Kenpachi. Captain Zaraki, I want your division to deal with all the hollows outside and inside Karakura town's diameter. What if I just want to find Zangetsu? Kenpachi grinned, his reply meant to be a simple joke, something to jab the old man's temper, but his grin disappeared and his throat went dry. Did those orders come from my mouth, Zaraki? He's never scared, never backed down from anything, never have looked at Captain Commander Yamamoto as his superior. He knew he was, but still, with how the commander's Ryatsu was drying the sweat from his body as the fluid barely left, he knew he shouldn't try anything stupid. He replied with a shaky and frightened voice but made sure his tone was respectful. No sir. With Kenpachi and Aizen dismissed, he turns his sights to Captain Suifeng, searched the entire town. I want that hollow found. Yes sir. She instantly replies and turns around to find her lieutenant. Lieutenant Omida, get your ass out here. She glared at her sight of vision and any Shinigami who saw her icy glare move out of her way so that she could find the large man. She looks everywhere but as she can't spot the fat man, she groans. Great, I bet the bastard headed back to Soul Society. She was about to head out and search the town alone before once again the captain commander spoke. Captain Hitsugaya. How about you tell your fellow captain about the fate of her lieutenant? Toshiro swallows his spit down his dry throat. He had hoped the petite woman wouldn't have asked about her second seat, but now that the captain commander had pointed it out and told him to share the news to her, he mentally prepares himself before opening his mouth and answering an irritated Suifeng. Captain Suifeng, your second seat, Lieutenant Omida. Chapter 17, Bonds and Hollows. X. Damn it, Urahara. Put me down. I told you already that I'm feeling better now. Ichigo yelled for the 10th time already, feeling stupid the way Urahara have carried him around like a bag of potatoes. There was no reason for that anymore since his senses started working again. It doesn't matter, Ichigo-kun. Urahara happily yelled as he dropped the boy. We're already here. With a grunt and a small promise to get the blonde back, Ichigo looks up to see an ordinary warehouse. There was nothing special about it besides the giant words painted on the sides that read, Urahara's warehouse. Feeling a twitching on his right brow and a bit of temper rising, he pinches the bridge of his nose. For Kami's sake. Urahara-san, you're supposed to stay hidden. How can you hide if you're inviting Shinigami here by naming the warehouse with your name? The shaggy blonde scratched his head and said, didn't think about that. I named my old little shop after me and I didn't get any sorts of problems. He turns to the boy and continues. Then you bunch came and look at what happened. This isn't the Urahara's warehouse. It's the Visards' hideout. Shinji yelled by the sidelines before pointing a finger at the building's entrance. Now get inside before someone sees us. Urahara shook his head as he followed behind the blonde Visard. For an employee to yell at his own boss. Looks like someone won't be getting a raise. Ichigo sighs as he follows behind the arguing blondes, though something tells him that Urahara causes these kinds of useless arguments on purpose. Passing through the door, Ichigo was able to sense everyone's Ryatsu, even Okiora's and his uncle's. He made a hasty rush towards them, ignoring all the computers, cameras, printers and papers. Before seeing Okiora, he was already hearing Mashiro's voice. Turning around a corner by a set of staircases, Ichigo saw the airhead Visard showing Okiora all the equipment that he seemed to have ignored. One thing he wonders is why Okiora was shirtless. He could see bandages, which took him a while to notice since they blend with his skin, wrap around his chest. And whenever we're done printing the newspaper, Hiyori and I will deliver it around town. Okiora nodded before his eyes caught Ichigo's orange hair. He turns to see a fairly well Ichigo, but the redhead's shirt was shred across his chest and he could see a freshly healed scar. Ichigo. Berry tan. Before Ichigo could say anything, a single sandal smacks him on his face. He grabs his nose and glares at the only person who welcomes him this way. Damn it, Snaggletooth. Can't you welcome someone with no violence? They answered his response with another sandal to his face. Not until you stop being an idiot, shit-faced. Hiyori said, a very short, brown-eyed, blonde-haired girl who wears her short hair in spiky pigtails. What the hell caused you to transform again? Her words drowned the warehouse into silence. Lisa, a woman wearing a Sailor Fuku outfit, peeked from her erotic novel to look at Ichigo. Might as well answer her, she won't leave you alone otherwise. She moves her eyes back down to the book. Your powers got past Hachi's barrier. Hearing Ichigo's lips snap close, she licks her left index finger and flips a page. And the only reason we're asking you is 'cause things felt different. There was more power, more anger behind your Ryatsu. Yeah. Exactly that. What the fuck happened? Hiyori growled as Ichigo avoided eye contact. She looks down to the ground and searches for one of her sandals to smack the boy again. Trying to ignore me, are you now? Leave the boy alone, Hiyori, Shinji spoke as he walked past her. He had a tough day today, they all did, so let's give him some time to rest before hearing him out, K. Crossing her arms, the girl says, fine, I'm only gonna let this pass since you look like shit, just like the Quincy. Before Ichigo could ask where the man was, she was already pointing towards Ryuken's direction. Just go up the stairs you pass, he should be in a guest room. Even though we don't get any fucking guest. Thanked by Ichigo, Hiyori glares at the boy's back before turning her menacing stare towards Shinji. Why didn't you guys show up at the park on time? Mashiro's group got there faster, and they took a longer route. Instead of Shinji answering, Urahara was the one who spoke. We got stalled by one of Aizen's goons. Sighing, Shinji added, and we also got to see the king of Hueco Mundo. Sitting down on a couch, he puts his hands behind the couch's back cover. Lucky for us, a fight didn't break out. Well, the fight would have been a 2-on-3, but with Hachi being a support type, it'll be a 2-on-2, Kensei said. So it would have been a hard fight, but you guys could have handled it. He looked towards Shinji, expecting to see a cocky smirk on his face, but there was an empty look and he was looking towards Okora. With their eyes locked, Shinji spoke to Okora. A hard fight that we could have won, does that sound right to you, Okora? No. The green-eyed Arrancar will be honest with him. Baragon is much more powerful than he seems to be, I may not know what your Bankai may do, but it would be useless because all Baragon has to do is touch you. Releasing a breath, Shinji looks over towards Urahara. Looks like we miss a bullet then, huh? Wait, you're just going to believe him like that? Love asks, not in any form been rude towards Okora. If Okora is comparing himself with Baragon, then yeah, it may seem pointless in the dude's eyes, but you two are easily stronger than Okora if you release your Bankai. Speaking for his fellow blonde, Urahara says, well, in all honesty, we were planning on taking out Baragon, but that's when Aizen appeared. He saw all the Visards tense up. It seems he's working together with Baragon. No, Baragon is not working under Aizen as a subordinate but as an equal. Lisa frowns behind her book. If Aizen is working with this Hollow King, then Aizen knows of this Hollow's strength to see him as a threat. He'd rather work together with him than ending as enemies. Looking over her book, she looks at Okora. You must have had some close-up encounters with this Hollow King, mind telling us what he can do? Ichigo groans as he knocks on the third door. He wasn't expecting the Visards to have this many guests' rooms. But these idiots don't even get guests. With no response coming from this door, he turns his sight on the next one and goes in for a knock before it opens. He froze at the front of the entrance the moment he saw the man's glare. However, it wasn't the harsh look in his eyes that left him both speechless and motionless. It had to do with the dry trails of tears going down his cheeks and his red puffy eyes. Are you okay? Ryuken cleans his face with the sleeves of his torn-up shirt first before answering back. I'm fine. It's good to see you're all right. Looking at Ryuken more closely now. The first thing Ichigo spotted from the man was his facial looks, but now that he got over that, he noticed how terribly ripped his clothes were. He could see burn marks on his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked again. Laughing bitterly, Ryuken waves the boy in. Odd that a hollow would ask me such a strange question. You know, I'm not just some hollow. I'm... Yes, you're some kind of super hybrid. Ryuken rudely interrupted the boy. Closing the door after Ichigo walked in, he turned around to see the redhead staring at him with a scowl that's hard to spot because of his mask fragments. What? Don't like the term. I don't like the fact that you're writing me off as a hollow. He kept scowling as the man walked past him to sit on a chair. I'm not some hollow, Shinigami or Quincy. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Peeking over the man's shoulder, Ichigo found Ryuken trying to clean a pair of broken bloody glasses. Did I do that? I'm sorry about that. He was already apologizing before Ryuken could open his mouth. I don't know what happened to me, I lost my mind. There's no reason for you to apologize, Ichigo. He cleans off the last bit of dirt on them, but his son's dry blood still taints the edges of the glass. These aren't even mine, they're my son's, your cousin. Ichigo felt his stomach tied itself into a knot. My cousin? He was there. His eyes widened. Where is he? Is he okay? His worries drop a bit as he remembers not seeing him or even sensing him. If his uncle was spiritually aware, then there's some chance his cousin was, too. Even if he was slightly spiritually aware, then he should have been able to sense his Ryatsu. Could it be that he hurt him after his transformation? Did I do something to him? No, Ryuken instantly answers back. You had nothing to do with my son's fate. He could feel the knots tighten as he asked, is he dead? Ichigo could see how his question had drained life from Ryuken's eyes. His blue eyes lost their shine and an empty, dull look filled them. He couldn't say anything, didn't know what to say. What can he possibly say? The man has already shed tears, and he doesn't want to open those gates by talking about it. I'm sorry. I'll just leave you alone. Ichigo. Ryuken turns around to see the boy barely reaching for the door. It's fine. I'm the only one to blame for Yuryu's death. The redhead lets go of the door handle. Can you tell me about him? He wants to feel sympathy with his uncle, and the only way to do so is by at least understanding who his cousin was. He turned around and sat down on the spare chair next to him. He was about to open his mouth again and repeat his question when he remembered something silly. I didn't catch your name. Ishida Ryuken. Only out of manners, Ichigo would introduce himself before stopping, the man already knew his name. Guess there are no introductions on my behalf since you already know my name. The room went into a simple quietness, the only sound he could hear was the way Ryuken was still trying to clean off the blood from the broken pair of glasses. He was a smart, motivated, and prideful boy. Nothing more, that was all he could say. He didn't spend any time with Yuryu after Katajiri's death. He wasn't even there when helping Yuryu with his Quincy training, his father took that task. It's not like he didn't want to train his son. He had decided a long time ago to drop his Quincy's duties since he had a focus on saving the lives that matter, those of the living. Guess that was one factor that tore him and his son apart. Yuryu believed there was a strong duty by being a Quincy, thinking there was something honorable about it, but, was there really? He guesses he should blame his father for making Yuryu believe in such a naive idea since he was the one that planted such innocent dreams into his son's head. Maybe if he was the one to train him, his mindset could have been different. But would he really have picked up his bow again to train him? No, it honestly wouldn't have. After his father's death, Yuryu had come to him and asked him to train him, but instead of doing a father's and Quincy's duty, he stated how the duty of a Quincy's doesn't put money on the table. Let the dead deal with the dead. Those words were his motto. He stops cleaning his son's glasses and lets his mind drift towards his wife, Katajiri. So while neglecting his son's training was one reason, the other one, and most likely the strongest case had to do with the day Yuryu walked in on him operating autopsies on his dead mother's body. His son had pleaded with him to stop, but he never did. In all honesty, his son probably saw him as some sort of monster after that day, but if he had just stopped for a minute and explained to him about what he was searching for, would he have understood? For how long did he disrespect his wife's body by mutilating it? A week? Weeks? Perhaps a little over a couple of months. Guess he can finally understand why Yuryu would hate him. He hated himself after he found what he was looking for and realized just how sick he must have looked searching through his wife's corpse. He went back to scrubbing, this time cleaning every tear that gently landed on the glass's surface. I'm the worst. He spoke softly. I should have been there helping him train. If I was there, then I could have prevented the Shinigami from taking him from me. If only I had done my duties as a father. You're not the worst father out there. Ichigo can't believe he will call out his own dad right now. I'm sure you're better than mine. Ryuken laughs bitterly. There's no other better example of the better father than Isshin. He turns around to look at the boy, he lifts one of his eyebrows upon spotting the harsh glare on the boy's face. A look he's quite familiar with. Yuryu had directed the same look towards him, filled with the same hate that he could see in Ichigo's expression. Something you want to say about your father? Ichigo snorted first before opening his mouth. There's nothing for me to say about him since it seems like I never knew who he truly was. The most I can say about him is how much of a liar he is. The white-haired Quincy frowned. I don't understand. Last time I checked, your father was speaking highly of you. He was? Ichigo asks back. What could his father brag about? Why would he talk about me like that? That's right, he burst into my office about a week ago and started talking about you. How you two were training together, how happy he was to see you were actually alive. That was a horrible moment for Isshin to burst into his office to brag about his and Ichigo's relationship. Talking about the training they had been doing, which he had hoped it could have been his and Yuryu's experience, too. With a deadpan, he says, but most of the time he kept talking about the wonderful girlfriend you seem to have found. Damn it. Lily is not my girlfriend. Oh, first name basis already? With an irritated expression on his face, Ichigo crosses his arms over his chest. The old man has no business telling anyone about Lily. With a more somber tone, he says, he has no business knowing anything about me when I don't even know anything about him. I thought your father had explained everything to you. Ryuken once again frowned. Well, not everything. He never told you about Masaki's actual fate. Everything but how my mother died. He spits the words out with a bitter taste. He lied to me and I bet there's more he hasn't told me about. Ryuken was more than surprised to hear that Ichigo knew about what happened to his mother. How did you find out? Not from my dad but by some Shinigami captain. Questions were popping up into his head now. How did this Shinigami know about your mother's death? Looking at the ground, Ichigo says, he said something about how he was watching over me throughout the years. He said he even knew about Mom's death. Has he always been there? As the boy looked at him with a puzzled look, Ryuken continued. Ichigo, if this Shinigami knew about Masaki's death then he should have known about the Hollow who killed her. Actually, he could have killed the Hollow and none of this would have happened but he let it play out. But there's more. If this Shinigami saw the events that occurred on that day, then maybe he saw how Masaki lost her powers. Ichigo, I advise you to go talk to your father. Why? Because you're having doubts about your father and I know Isshin. He would never lie to you without a reason. You're making it sound like he doesn't have a reason to lie to me if I ask him about it. He does, two of them actually. Ichigo scowls but says nothing. He only stood up and walked out. He was heading towards the stairs when Ryuken called out to him. Ichigo, Masaki's death wasn't your father's or the Shinigami's fault, or your fault. There's another person behind all of this. What? He turns around in a rush, his eyes wide with shock. Are you saying someone planned my mother's death? The Quincy shook his head. They didn't plan for Masaki to die from a hollow. Even though she didn't have any strong Ryatsu, she was still strong enough to kill a lesser hollow. However, something happened. Someone took her powers away, and without her powers, the only way to protect you was by shielding you. Why are you telling me this? Because I know you're looking for a reason to blame someone, but you will only blame the wrong person. There was something his uncle wasn't telling him. With narrow eyes, he says, sounds to me like you know who to blame. That's because I do, his name is Yawach. Ichigo was almost halfway down the stairs when he saw the Visards and Urahara spread all over the room. He stayed quiet and listened to their conversation. Shinji was having a meeting with all but one member of Urahara's warehouse residents, every one of them sitting either on chairs, the couch, or on the ground. Mashiro had decided that training with Okiora's superhero transformation was more important than whatever the meeting would be about. Doesn't matter. I can always tell Kensei to tell her about it later. He looks at everyone around the room and says. Alright, so anyone had an idea on how we could have dealt with someone like Baragon? Speaking up first from his chair, Kensei says, without things escalating towards a full-scale battle. He releases a sigh and crosses his arms in front of his chest. I got nothing. From what Okiora told us about Baragon, this Hollow King has some very dangerous abilities. Then there's the fact that he can resurrect, too. Making his already dangerous abilities lethal. And you're saying that Hollow is working with Aizen? Lisa asks, still reading her book on the couch while also paying attention. She sends a frown towards Urahara. What could this Hollow possibly gain by working with Aizen? Sitting on the ground between Yoruchi and Tessai, Urahara shifts his bucket hat to hide his face. I was able to hear Aizen promising him power. More power by using the Hogyoku on him. Hiyori, the only person in the room standing, cursed. Does this mean Aizen has a Hogyoku of his own, or is he planning on taking yours away? If Aizen had a Hogyoku, then he would have used it on Baragon already. Urahara lifts his head to look at Hiyori. Or, it could be possible that he has one already but wants to get his hand on mine. What would the purpose of that be? Shinji asks. What's the point of having a second Hogyoku when he can just use one to power up Baragon? You use yours with Stark and that did wonders for him since he was able to beat Baragon. He ruffles his hair in irritation. He's been too cautious. Without a doubt, he knows you have another Hogyoku, but what would he need both of them for? To put us at a disadvantage? Why doesn't he make another one? All eyes turn to Mashiro and Okiora, the pair returning sooner than expected. You two done already? Shinji asks the polar duos. Pouting, Mashiro points a finger at Okiora. He said this meeting was more important than trying to work with his superhero transformation. Okibaka. Forgetting about him, she repeats her question again. How come Aizen doesn't just make another Hogyoku if he knows you won't hand yours over to him? The question was easy, simple, and yet, was important. Shinji scowls from not thinking about it first. He turns towards Urahara. She has a strong point. Why doesn't Aizen make another one? He narrows down his eyes as he thinks of something. How do you make a Hogyoku, Urahara? Well, it's not an easy process. I'll tell you that much. His words, or better yet, lack of answers cause Shinji to frown. Don't tell me you've been doing some shady work behind the Godii 13, Urahara. As the shaggy blonde went quiet and aborted eye contact, Shinji groaned before returning to the matter of hand. Alright, so Aizen is most likely targeting your Hogyoku, and since I'm guessing, you had a feelin', he was searching for it too, you locked it away, I hope. Safe and sound, Urahara answered back before pointing out another problem. However, Aizen knows where we are now. So I advise that we move. And that's where Stark's offer comes in, Shinji said, looking towards Okora now. Aizen will send hollows here to lure us out. So Takin, Stark's offer to train some hollows in Hueco Mundo will hide us at the least expected place Aizen would ever think of looking. But what if Aizen visits Hueco Mundo one day and picks up our Ryatsu, Hiyori said. How the hell can we keep a low profile while also training a bunch of hollows? Ichigo was still hiding, and as no one had called him out of his hiding spot, he kept listening and he knew now that something was going on. They all appeared to be concerned over a man named Aizen. Why did they tense up the moment the name was dropped? Should he worry about Aizen, too? He has to be, since he heard Urahara mention how Aizen was working with Baragon. And anyone working with Baragon is bad news for us. Then maybe going to Hueco Mundo is a bad idea. Ichigo heard Rose speak up after a moment of silence and curse as he could hear the rest of the Visards agreeing with him. What? No, no, no. He searches for Okora, hoping the green-eyed Arrancar would speak up, but he was quietly listening from the sides, not trying to persuade any of the Visards. Do something, Okora. Nothing coming up from his brethren, Ichigo burst out from his hiding spot and blurted. Stark can keep all of you safe. His random burst gained everyone's attention. Feeling embarrassed, Ichigo looks towards Okora, hoping to see him come over to help him, but his outburst caught him by surprise too. He groans and clears out his throat. Yeah, I know Hueco Mundo may not seem like the best place to stay at, but you guys have a nice perk by being there. And that's Stark? Yoruchi asks, which then gets Ichigo to answer immediately. Yeah. I mean, think about it. You're all worried that this Aizen might send hollows after you guys, but right now in Hueco Mundo all the hollows have already by this point learned about Stark's and Baragon's battle and how Stark took away the crown from Baragon. The redhead could see how a couple of Visards were ready to speak but interrupted them. What I'm trying to say is that if you guys come to Hueco Mundo with us, all of you will be under protection by Stark's name. If every hollow knows you're working under Stark, then they will leave you alone. Not even Baragon would try sending any of his goons. Losing up a bit once Ichigo cleared out his outburst, Shinji leaned closer to the edge of the chair. What's stoppin' Baragon from comin' over and knockin' at the front of the door? Stark, Ichigo answered. Baragon can't win against Stark and he knows it. And Aizen? The blonde Visard asks back. Tell Stark that he's trouble and he'll deal with him if he shows himself, too. Shinji laughed as he shook his head. You sound so convinced that Stark would bother himself with our problem, Ichigo. Straightening up and with a serious expression on his face, he says, I'm sure Stark would rather not deal with it, he already has Baragon to worry about, mix in Aizen into his troubles wouldn't do any good. Besides, why would he care about us? The deal was to help him train. So it's only fair that he won't bother with our problems since he doesn't care about us. That's where you're wrong. Stark cares about you guys, yes, even you, Hiyori. With a smirk directed towards her direction, Ichigo shut Hiyori's mouth. I know he has never shown it, but he sees every single one of you as friends, and if his friends are in trouble, he will help them out. Ichigo was trying to see what Shinji was thinking. He's the one who will decide if they go to Hueco Mundo or not, but it was too hard to figure him out with his laid-back expression. He was ready to open his mouth again, hopefully, to persuade them, when both Shinji and Urahara stood up. Well, guess we're going to Hueco Mundo, Urahara said. They left Ichigo baffled as everyone moved all over the warehouse. Is this for real? You guys will come? Why not? Yoruchi said from the comfort of the couch. Ichigo watched as Mashiro dragged Okora to her room, trying to get an opinion from the man to see what she had to bring with her. Are you guys really that convinced? His answer appeared as the form of Yoruchi's smirk. You're all leaving now, I'm guessing? Asked Ryuken, finally coming down. He disposed of his old clothes, and he was now wearing attire close to what Shinji wears. Yep. Looking at the Quincy, Yoruchi says, and you're leaving, too, I'm guessing. I have overstayed my welcome, Ryuken replied as he walked towards the door. Before leaving, he reminded Ichigo. Remember what I told you, Ichigo, go talk to your father. Yoruchi raised one of her eyebrows. What's that about? She didn't even get a response from the redhead. Shrugging it off, they both quietly waited for everyone. After a while and everyone gathered back in the same room, Ichigo looked to his left and then his right. None of the Visards seemed to bring any sort of values with them besides the clothes on them. You guys wasted 10 minutes doing nothing. He let loose a breath. Doesn't matter, at least I got the chance to call sail. Lily has already made 5 full laps around Stark and Sail. She was there with Sail when Ichigo finally called them, and after being confirmed that the Visards were coming, she went to fetch Stark from a room that he had been using to sleep. Now she has been waiting with them on the 2nd floor outside Sail's almost finished lab. What's taking them so long? She made another lap around them. He said they're coming over already, what's taking him so long? Following Lily's figure, as she yet again made another lap, Stark says. I feel as if you're talking about Ichigo only, even though Okura's with him. Ugh. They, he, them. You know what I meant, Stark. Lily yelled, all while flailing her arms over her head. Before she could even do her 10th lap around them, a garganta opened. She stops right in front of the 2 men. She beamed as she noticed Ichigo's figure at the front of the group. As he walked closer towards them, she already spotted his orange hair and his golden eyes that seemed to shine inside the garganta's eternal darkness. As he finally walked outside the garganta, Ichigo returned her beaming smile with one of his own behind his mask. As he replaces his smile with a smirk, Ichigo mockingly salutes Stark. Mission accomplished, Your Majesty. With the Visards left stunned to the place Ichigo brought them to, Lily had tried to talk to the redhead before he left, saying nothing. Though it wasn't hard to follow him, Ichigo came back to their room. She didn't even knock as she entered. While she didn't knock, she didn't rudely slam the door open either. She peeks her head inside to see Ichigo lying on the bed. His back turned towards her. Silently and quietly, she closed the door and walked inside. Rough day. He turned around to reply with a smudged look. Not even, it was the easiest thing I ever have done. He wasn't telling her something, his smugness didn't reach his voice. What happened? Her question causes his attitude to turn somber, and instead of replying, he turns his back towards her. Nothing happened. There was something that he wasn't telling her. You're a horrible liar, Ichigo. As he didn't respond, she walked towards the bed before sitting at the edge. I'm not leaving until you say something. She heard nothing from him besides his calmed breathing. Are you really not going to tell me? She whispered before lying next to him. Ichigo, I know you're hiding something from me. Something happened and I don't know why you don't want to talk about it. Trying to wrap her arms around him, she drew them back when he turned around hastily. He scowls at her and says. Nothing happened. We got to Karakura town, we found Urahara, and we got the Visards to come. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Lily said nothing at first and stared at the back of his head before she wrapped her arms around him. Liar. I noticed the bandages around Okora. She felt his body jerk a bit the moment her hand landed on the scar on his chest. You also didn't have this when you left. Stark gave me this during one of our spars. She snorted at the weak excuse. Stark. Ichigo, I have always been there when you spar with Stark. He has never, and I mean never, done this to you. She started tracing his scar. You also appeared with a ripped shirt. Hearing him curse, she stopped to wrap her arms around him. Talk to me, please. Tell me what happened. Both teens stayed playing the quiet game for a couple of minutes before Ichigo finally gave in. You were right. About? Lily asked back. She could feel how his body tensed up, preparing himself for something. We're not ready to fight the Shinigami captains. Lily shuts her eye and slams her forehead onto Ichigo's back. Please don't tell me you picked a fight with them. His silence wasn't helping his case. You promise you wouldn't do anything stupid. Again more silence from him. Ichigo, being quiet won't help your case. If you're thinking that saying nothing will make me leave you alone, then you're wrong. If you want me to leave you, then talk. The mission didn't go as planned. We had to fight off the Shinigami. She was sure she was hurting Ichigo by how tight she had her arms warped around his chest, but she couldn't help it. She became a nervous wreck the moment Ichigo started talking about Captain Hitsugaya. Ichigo dropped that captain's name since they introduced themselves to each other, stupid to do, and she made sure he knew it by calling him an idiot. However, her worries vanished the moment he told her how he left the captains to Okora and his uncle, another big surprise. But then when he started talking about his encounters with the lieutenants, she knew something happened, besides the fight being rather easy, because his story took a break, a 10 minutes long break. And then? She asked after finally feeling she gave Ichigo a long enough break. Then he appeared, a Shinigami captain. Ichigo clenched his fists. I couldn't even lay a finger on him. He trapped me with some weird Kido spell. Did he hurt you? No. No. Lily asked back, lifting her head to see his face as he turned around to do the same. He did nothing to you. Then who gave you this scar then? Ichigo covers his face with his hands and groans into them. I mean, he did something but didn't hurt me. Physically. Moving his hands from his face and looking at the ceiling with an emotionless stare, he says. He didn't hurt me in the way I was expecting him to do so, instead he showed me things I didn't even know about and it caused me to lose it. Lose it? She frowns. Like the incident at the park. It wasn't a secret to her or Ichigo about what he transformed into on that fateful day. Ichigo asked Sale about it one day, she was there with him when he asked, she wasn't trying to be nosy all over Ichigo's business. She, just like him, has been curious about how Zangetsu saved them. While Sale had stayed quiet for most of the day and pretended to be clueless about it, it didn't take long before they annoyed him by touching all his inventions. Maybe you resurrected instead? She wanted to say it as an answer, but her words came out as a question instead. The redhead shook his head. No, what I did was different, far different. How do you know that? He turns his head to look at her. Remember how Stark told us that he spoke a phrase? He said the moment he learned his resurrection a phrase came to his head, like some sort of command. I said nothing. I just transformed. So it wasn't his resurrection, but still. What caused you to transform, Ichigo? What did he show you? The truth. About? A dead, empty laugh escaped his lips. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I have no purpose in life. I thought I knew who I was because I had two of the most important people in my life guiding me there, helping me, but they were only using me. Can you even believe how one little accident made me? If White had never attacked the human world, I wouldn't have been born. Or if my dad, for whatever reason, never went to the human world and stopped White, I still wouldn't be born. Or if my mom never interfered in my dad's fight, I wouldn't be born either. There's also the fact that to both my parents, I was a failsafe. To protect one thing, is nothing but a bullshit excuse to guide me towards a purpose. I'm nothing, I'm not a guardian. I'm just a happy accident. He first felt the tears run down his face before his ears picked up his quiet sobs. Cammy, I'm a joke. How can I help Okora in understanding his heart when I can't even understand mine? Ichigo turns to look at Lily when he notices the lack of emotions in her. I'm sorry I'm troubling you with this stupid dilemma of mine. I'm sure you have never felt this way before. He went back to looking at the ceiling. Hoping that an awkward silence could wash the moment away. But it didn't because she knew what he was going through. The thought that she's nothing had always been creeping at the back of her mind for a while now. The question had first surfaced a few years before Ichigo came around. She felt stupid to believe she was going through an existential crisis back then, but living with solitude for over 100 years can start causing you to talk to yourself, and that's when she found out that she didn't know how to speak to herself, she didn't know who she was. I know what you mean, Ichigo. Hearing his name, Ichigo turns back to look at her when he notices the empty look in her rose-shaded eye. Lily continued in a monotone. Sometimes I feel like my only reason for being alive was to give Stark company in his lonely life. I don't even know what I am. Don't know who I am. Sometimes I wonder if Lilynette was ever real, like, was she a normal human girl before she died and got devoured by a hollow, or was I created for Stark's purposes? Ichigo wished he could take it back, everything he said, he didn't mean to put Lily through this. Lily. How many times have you seen me sleep, Ichigo? The question got him a bit off guard. What? What are you talking about? You slept every night in the human world. But what about when we were in Hueco Mundo? Lily started raising her voice. Before going to the human world, when had you seen me go to sleep before? She could see Ichigo trying hard to think about it. I'll tell you how many times, none. But that's because we're hollows and sleep isn't something that we need. Ichigo argued back. What's the whole point of us sleeping when our bodies don't even need it? Because I want to dream. Lily outburst silent him. I just want to dream. Dreams are a bunch of memories playing inside your head, like a movie. And those memories are from the moments that you live through. She turns to look at the ceiling. Before you show up, I used to sleep before I stopped because there was just nothing for me there. I thought that maybe sleeping would let me dream about my previous life's memories, but no, that's not what happened. But then, you came. But I didn't sleep until much later, after the incident in the human world, my body started feeling tired. It was asking me to sleep, and when I did, I started dreaming. Life finally brought back to her eye. Lily looks at Ichigo with a fond smile. About you. About us, about everyone. I was finally dreaming about the best times of my life, and it was all because of you. You made me feel like my existence matters to someone. Really? I did that? Ichigo asked, returning a fond smile, too. She leans forward. You did. Now's my time to return the favor. Ichigo couldn't help but lean his head closer to Lily's. You're going to help me? He chuckles. And how are you going to do that? By making sure you understand how much you matter to someone. She leans closer, her eyes slowly closing as her lips closed the gap between them. And that someone is you? He said, mirroring Lily's actions. That's right. No one else. Not Stark, Okora, Sale, Yoruchi, Urahara, the Visards, or your family. She could feel his mask brushing her lips, but they still haven't clashed. Only me. So she took it upon herself to start the first kiss, but before she could kiss him, Ichigo backed away. Dad. Lily opens her eye to see Ichigo's head backing away from her. What? Ryuken, my uncle, he told me to go talk to my father. To ask him about the truth. With the spell cast on their moment broken, Lily sends him an angry frown. Wait, so you just wrote off your father as a liar without talking to him first? When he might help you clear your mind right now? Well. Hearing him sputtered and his face painted red, Lily groans into her hands. Idiot, you didn't even bother, did you? As she looks back at him, rubbing his neck sheepishly, she releases a breath and gets off the bed. All right, let's go. She started walking towards the door before stopping, one hand on the doorknob. She turned around as the lack of extra footstep didn't reach her ears. Ichigo was still glued on the bed, looking at her with a baffled look. What are you doing, Menso? Get up. Ichigo stared as Lily left the room before peeking her head back inside. Change your shirt, you don't want to worry your sisters if they see the scar. Just as she walks out of their apartment, Lily finds Minoli and Loli kneeling. Did something happen inside? The centipede Ajuchas raises her head. We heard you yell. Minoli continues. But then things quiet down. Lily waves both Ajucha's concerns away. Everything is fine, don't worry about it. Finally realizing that these two were back at the third floor again, she groans before crossing her arms. What are you two doing here? Stark-sama asked us to show the Shinigami to their quarters. They both answered back. Were her senses failing? How didn't she sense any of the Visards? Maybe I got too distracted with Ichigo for me to notice. After thinking back about the distraction, a blush started spreading across Lily's cheek. Did I almost kiss him? Oi, Lily, where the hell are we going? She spun around to see Ichigo walk out of the room, his clothes replaced with some fresh new ones. Controlling her blush, she says. We're going to sail. Ichigo only sighed before following behind his friend but stopped once he spotted the sisters. Wait, what are you two doing here? Both didn't answer as Lily started yelling for Ichigo. Watching as the redhead follows behind the princess, Minoli says. Are those two living in the same room? She looks across the entire hall filled with empty rooms. When there's plenty of other rooms for them to sleep separately. Dot. Maybe, Loli turns to look at her sister. They're sleeping together. Now, I don't remember the exact pieces of equipment we used to create the AP Arrancar's pills, but I believe I got most of them right. Sale turns around to see Urahara off somewhere other than checking if he got everything right. Urahara-san. Can you please come here? Oh, my little apprentice still needs me to check his science projects. Urahara playfully replies before turning to Sale with a more serious look. You got most of the pieces here right. The only thing you're missing is my personal invention that converts Ryatsu into Erasure. Besides that, nothing more. Feeling the praise, Sale pushes his glasses back up. Well, I am quite a fast learner. With a smirk, he says, maybe one day I'll surpass you. Now wouldn't that be something? The ex-captain looks around the room. So you only made this room because you can't work outside a comfortable zone? Dear, did I rub a little on you? Sale rolls his eyes. Oh please, like I would have picked up any sorts of habits from you. Before Urahara could reply, Lily burst into the lab with Ichigo in tow. Hey, I need 2 of those Ryatsu hiding cloaks. Good to see you, too, Lily-chan. Urahara deadpanned. Seeing as the girl has her hand out, he raises a brow. Are you expecting me to hang over a couple of cloaks? Yes, she answers back. Okay then. Urahara joyfully answers back before turning toward Sale. I believe you already made some of your prototypes. I did. Sale walks towards one of the many cabinets he has and takes out 2 cloaks. Now, Lily-chan, Ichigo-kun, these cloaks don't work the same as Urahara's. You won't be able to sense any Ryatsu around you, but it will hide your own. Before handing them over, he glances between both teens. Mind telling me where you're going? Ichigo's gonna go talk to his dad. He gazes towards Ichigo before going back to Lily. And you have to go because? Don't want the idiot to do anything stupid. Well, if that's the case. He hands over both cloaks with a shrug. He looks towards Ichigo to see the teen gaping. The boy couldn't say anything before Lily started calling him. Let's go, Ichigo. Lily taps the air and a garganta opens. Ha, I expected it to be harder. She put on her cloak before throwing the other one to Ichigo. Wait, Lily, maybe this is the wrong time for me to go ask him. He protests, but still puts on the cloak. Maybe he's busy or something. He didn't even put his hand through the other sleeve before Lily started dragging him. Nope. We're going right now. No excuses. Both scientists cover their amusing smiles as both teens depart while still arguing with one another. Such unique chemistry those two have. Seo got a nod from Urahara. I wonder when those two will finally become a thing. The blonde laughs. Well, I'm sure Ichigo will be the one to make the first move. Ichigo? I don't know about that, Seo contended. I'm sure Lily will be the one to make the first move. Seo enjoyed the quiet setting the lab almost took before Urahara opened his mouth again. 10,000 yen that Ichigo makes the first move. He couldn't help himself but turned to the other scientist with a smirk. You're on. They filled the walk inside the Garganta with their argument. Ichigo took a break from their pointless quarrel to look around to see that Lily had brought them to the shopping district. Though night had set, Ichigo knew it wasn't late enough for the streets to be empty. He could see all the stores close. What's going on? It's not even that late. He turns back around to see Lily waiting for him. What? I don't know where your house is at, idiot. We don't have to do this, he started. Maybe after everything settled down with the Visards, we can come back here. No, you need to get this out of your chest and that doubt outside of your head. Your dad is the only one that has your answers, so we're going to him right now before you kill yourself over this problem. This is going to be pointless. He whispers before putting a hand on her shoulder and heads towards the Kurosaki clinic. Ichigo could have gotten there faster but took his time to think about what he needed to say, but as he stared at the front of his home, he found his mind feeling conflicted right now. Lily, he stops to see that Lily has left his side to see her at the front of the door, knocking already. Knock knock. Lily. They could be asleep. Again, his words stopped to see the door open up to reveal Isshin. His dad took only a moment to glance from Lily to Ichigo before rushing towards him. Ichigo. He hugs his son before holding him from afar by his shoulders, checking him from head to toe in a worry manner. Are you okay? You're not hurt. Seeing no signs of injuries on his son, he hugs him back to his chest. You're okay, you're okay. I've been worried about you. Left speechless, Ichigo notices the narrow, angry look that Lily was sending him. It basically read, "See, I told you so." He shot the same look back. This proves nothing. Pushing Isshin away, Ichigo started with a sudden note. Why did you lie about what really happened to Mom? His words have left the empty streets dead silent. He could hear his sister's footsteps as they rushed downstairs. Let's go inside. Isshin turns around to see the twins standing by the doorway. As Isshin led them inside the house, Ichigo took note that little had changed about his old home. Or so he thought. As he walked into the kitchen, he found a giant poster of his mother holding an infant Ichigo. How long have you had that for? He asks while rolling his eyes. I put it up right after the funeral service, Isshin answers back. He turns towards Lily and gestures towards the girls. Lily-chan. Can you take them up to their room? Yeah, sure. She grabbed both girls' hands. All right, let's go upstairs and have a little girl talk. Once his daughters left, Isshin took a seat. How? He asks in a tired and ripe tone that only his true age could muster. A Shinigami showed me what happened. Ichigo wishes he could raise his voice without his sisters hearing him. Funny how a complete stranger showed me the truth compared to my father. If his words hurt him, Isshin was doing a great job at hiding it. So when were you planning on telling me that I devoured my mother's soul? A harsh glare replaced his scowl, hoping it would intimidate his father, but his father responded with stony eyes. When I knew it was safe. What? He follows his dad as he heads towards the living room. Safe? What do you mean by safe? He finally raised his voice. Isshin didn't answer, instead, he turned on and unmuted the television. Ichigo wanted to scream, pull his hair, and sucker punch his father, but then something on the TV caught his attention. It was a news station and down at the bottom of the screen was a banner that read, "Bodies count up to 1,000. If that didn't shock him, then the fact that all the bodies seemed to surround the park where he fought the Shinigami did. What? I didn't believe it either at first, but as I went to check the site for myself, I found, not just the bodies, but their spirits, too. Isshin sighs before heading back to the kitchen, Ichigo following right behind him. The Godei 13 has covered up the mess by leaking out information as an anonymous group. From what the news has said, the city allowed a group of workers to build an underground gas pipe that connects to an abandoned warehouse where a freshly starting businessman bought it when things went wrong and the gas pipe exploded. He turns to look at Ichigo, who was still shocked. So that's the excuse they used to cover up how the park got destroyed. And the bodies? They cover it up by stating that the gas was dangerous to anyone that inhales it, killing all instantly. In the eyes of a Shinigami, things were different. A powerful Ryatsu crushed their bodies. Isshin could see that Ichigo had already figured it out. Your Ryatsu killed them. But they. Ichigo held his head. He forced me, he's the reason why I transformed. I didn't mean to. He looked at the ground, horrified. Now he understood why the streets were empty, people were at home mourning. I know you didn't mean to. He embraces his son. It happened right after you learned about Masaki, right? Feeling his son's head nod, he sighs. That's the reason I didn't tell you back then. I didn't know how you could have possibly reacted and I didn't want to find out because the girls could have been in danger. Letting him go, Ichigo looks towards him. Ichigo, the only reason I lied to you about your mother's fate was because I wanted to tell you when you were finally ready to hear it. I wanted to be sure you could control yourself when you found out. Ichigo apologizes quietly, before finally asking about the poster. Why did you print that thing? Isshin turns to look at the poster, too. A hole appeared in my heart the night I lost both you and Masaki. I tried to fill that hole, but it was hard for me as a father to mourn your deaths that didn't involve smoking or drinking. After realizing that I still had Yuzu and Karen, I made sure that I would never leave their sight, because if I did, Masaki would kill me in the afterlife. Do you love us? The question was odd, but Isshin didn't see why he shouldn't answer it. I'm still here with Yuzu and Karen, loving and caring for them. I love you even after what you have become and done. I still love Masaki to the point where I will wait for my natural life to end so I can meet her again, even if I have to wait for the next afterlife, I will see her again. Isshin huffed as Ichigo threw himself at him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Ichigo. It's okay. He shook his head. It's not fine. I can't believe I trusted a complete stranger over my dad. Cammy, Lily's right, I'm an idiot. That was something else Isshin needed to know. Ichigo, you said a Shinigami told you, who was he? I don't know. He didn't drop a name. All he did was show me what happened. Ichigo frowns as he remembers something. Actually, he said how you force him to step in to protect his creation, some hollow named White. He cut you from behind. Aizen. Ichigo's eyes slowly widened. He already figured out that Aizen was someone he needed to label as a threat because everyone else seems worried about him, however, he couldn't fathom the thought that he already met the man. You know about Aizen, too? His father nodded. I do, he's a dangerous man. Isshin frowns and says. But I don't understand how he was able to show you images of what happened on that day. I don't know what kind of Kido spell could do that. I remembered hearing him saying something odd. Shatter, Kyuum something. His Shirkai's command. Isshin thought back about what he knew about the man's Zanpakuto. Aizen's Zanpakuto is some sort of water-type sword. He curses about the fact that Aizen has been lying about his abilities and seems based on visual effects instead. Ichigo, Aizen is a very dangerous man, no matter what, stay away from him. No point for the warning, Ichigo already knew the man was bad news. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be sure I won't. You know, it's late, maybe you and Lily could crash here for the night. Isshin suggested, but Ichigo shook his head. No, Lily and I should leave before anyone can find us. I'm sure the Garganta we opened caught the Shinigami's attention. Ichigo headed towards the stairs to call Lily down when he saw her walking down already. Everything is clear out now. Ichigo nodded with a smile. Yeah. Come on, it's time for us to go. Lily was already walking outside when she heard Ichigo ask his father something. She didn't feel like it was her business, so she waited outside. She only waited for a couple of minutes before father and son walked out. Are we ready to go? Yeah, but I want to go visit someone real quick. Ichigo turns around and hugs his father again. Thank you, and I'm sorry. It's all right, Ichigo. Letting go of his son, he looks at Lily and says, please take care of my son. Feeling as though she should get a kick by embarrassing Ichigo in front of his dad, Lily says. Don't worry, I will. Besides, what kind of girlfriend would I be if I didn't? She laughs as Ichigo's face shares the same color as his name. His father looked like he was ready to break down crying. Trying to save himself from any more embarrassment, Ichigo put a hand on her shoulder and left. Her ears could catch one last comment from Isshin. Masaki. Did you hear that? We finally have a third daughter. Coming out from the Sonido, Lily noticed that they were standing at a cemetery. Ichigo, what are we doing here? I came to visit someone. He replied, already moving towards the spot his father told him where he would find it. Lily said nothing but followed behind him. He only had to search for a few minutes before finally finding it, his mother's grave. Lily peeked over his shoulders to see who he wanted to see. She quietly backs away and lets Ichigo have his moment. Hey, Mom, Ichigo started. I know this makes little sense, for me to talk to you when I know you're not here. Or Soul Society. But I feel like this is the only way I can find closure with your death. I'm sorry. I know Ryuken told me I shouldn't blame myself for what happened to you, but I feel as though it was my fault that we died. He releases a long tired breath. I'm sorry that I doubted Dad and you. Should have known he only lied to me for a good reason, but don't worry now, I finally understood why. What else should he say? He looks back towards Lily and thinks about something. He waves her over to come closer. This right here is Lily, she's a good friend. I'm sure you would have loved to meet her and everyone else that I made friends with. They're all great people even though we're all different. Lily smiled and waved at the grave before stepping back and letting Ichigo talk to his mother while listening to him too. 10 minutes later, Ichigo was finally ready to go. All right, I'll be leaving now. He turns to see Lily patiently waiting for him. All done? She asked. Yeah, before Lily could tap the air, he grabbed a hold of her hand. Hey, back then, in our room. A blush started spreading. Did we almost just kiss? Lily jumped in, her blush was healthier than the one Ichigo was sporting. We got caught up at the moment. That's why we almost kiss. Now it was Ichigo's turn to butt in, though he only did it to taste the word. Yeah, kiss. Both teens look away from one another. So, do we forget about it? Ichigo asks, still looking away. Lily nodded. Yeah. She taps the air in front of her and opens a garganta. All right, let's go home. Before she could walk into the portal, Ichigo grabs her by the hand and spins her around to plant a quick peck with his mask's fragments on her cheeks. It was short, quick, and it sent her body into an ecstasy trip. Thank you, for everything. She returned the kiss, but unlike him, her lips pressed into the flesh of his cheeks. You're welcome. Ichigo couldn't help but smile before looking at the garganta. So, home. He felt Lily gently grip his hand. Yeah. Both teens left. Their bond, like a hollow, had finally evolved. Chapter 18, 2 Years. X. Stark took one long and slow breath, his eyes closed for better concentration. Trying to focus on his task right now all while Annabelle's keeps repeating about the simple and yet complicated instructions. Come on, you got this. You're doing fantastic right now. You're up to 19 wolves. Remember, push out some of your Ryatsu and then command it to take a form. He furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance. Anna, hush, I'm trying to concentrate right now. Stark had to remove his coat since it was annoying him and was sitting cross-legged on the sand while surrounded by a pack of his soul wolves. While it was much harder to keep them materialized outside of his resurrection, the task wasn't impossible. He took another breath and started pushing out more of his Ryatsu. Funny how easily he figures out how to do this. The task reminded him of when he wanted to leave the Jigai. By pushing himself out, he got out, and he was doing just that. Although his body was the Jigai, while his Ryatsu was him, and this time around it was the Jigai pushing him out. As the last chunk of Ryatsu left his body, Stark furrowed his eyebrows deeper, trying to send a mental command to his Ryatsu of the form he wanted it to take. As his mind molded the Ryatsu to a wolf, Stark opened his eyes to see the 20th wolf. Woo! There you go, Stark. Finally, you made 20 wolves. Yeah. After how many tries? He commented before standing back up and reaching for his blade. Should we start on that part of our training? He could see the way Anna was bouncing on the balls of her feet. Yes, yes, yes. She was eager and her body was shaking in anticipation. They have been working hard in this part of their training, and so far it has been a little unsuccessful, but things might be different now. She senses that Stark was ready to resurrect, but then she remembered something important. Wait. We have been training for 5 days straight, right? I think. Don't remember. Hard to tell the time when there's no day or night setting here. Stark wonders why her excitement seemed to burn off. He was ready to enter his resurrection when Anna started yelling. Wait, you idiot, we don't have any time. We have to return to La Estrella for Ichigo's ceremony. It literally took Stark a second to remember what Anna was talking about. Oh crap, oh crap. But it's being held on Friday. And today is Friday. She interrupted him. We have been training for 5 days straight, and we left on a Monday. Stark, you idiot. Before she finishes, Stark had already collected all the wolves and was shooting towards La Estrella with unimaginable speed. She bets the Hollows thought they just saw a shooting star. Stark couldn't believe he forgot about Ichigo's ceremony. And how could I forget? I was the one who told him about it. Damn it. Why can't he get there already? He didn't travel too far away for his training. With one last sonido, Stark reached his destination. The mountain range that spread for miles and where he had made a home for all the Hollows under his rule, La Estrella, the star. Lily had named the city because if you were looking for life, then all you had to do is look for the star in the endless nights of Hueco Mundo, a star that will soon symbolize eternal. La Estrella still looks the same as ever from the outside, but the real change was on the inside. Stark thought about going through the main entrance, but if he did that, then he would gather a crowd and he needs to reach his room to change. He shook his head and aimed toward his balcony instead. He sonido once more, closing miles of space in mere seconds and walked through the balcony's doors and into his room, a room far too big for one person. He was a simple person, so he kept his room as simple as he could. But adding furniture to his home had made it look too big for him, and before he knew it, he was already decorating to fill in the space. He has an unnecessary amount of objects in his room. A television, some cabinets, a gray rug, silver couches, a wooden table and chairs, and just about anything to fill it up. He had even made one room into a personal office for whenever he's done with his usual duties, which is running an entire army in city, although Lily helped with the latter part of his job since she was at a more personal level with their normal residents while he mostly kept the military in check. He filled his kitchen with every cooking utensil imaginable, even though he doesn't cook or eat. He filled his bedroom with a king-size bed with gray pillows and many colorful beanbags laying everywhere. Since sometimes he doesn't even bother sleeping in his bed. He kicked one bean bag that was blocking the door to his closet. He needed to change his clothes. As he grabbed a freshly new pair of pants, he heard a knocking on his door. "Cammy, please don't let it be Lily, she'll scream at me for being late." He ran out to his living room and opened the door, expecting to see an angry Lily, but he found Lily's bodyguards instead. Both kneeling in front of him. "Stark-sama." That was Loli who spoke, and she sounded nervous right now. "Yes." He could hear the audible gulp as she looked up to him. "We're sorry for interrupting you in the middle of the night, Your Majesty, but Lilyheim asked us yesterday that if we were to sense your Ryatsu, then to remind you to not be late to Ichigo's ceremony." Loli said. Stark looked back into his room and found the clock on the wall. It read 2:30 a.m. "Well. I made it back on a Friday." He sighed and looked back at both Ajuchas. "Thanks for the reminder, you're both dismissed." He closes the door and looks back to the clock. He has another good 5 hours of sleep before the ceremony starts. Minoli stared at the closed door for a few more seconds before losing her calm composure. "Crap, I thought he would have been angry for interrupting his sleep." "I know." Loli stood up and started heading down to the second level. "Good thing we stayed up so late in case he shows up in the middle of the night." Her eyes caught her sister nodding. "Should we wake up Lily?" Minoli suggested, stopping right in front of their room. Loli looked at the door with a sideways glance. "I'm sure Lily had sent Stark-sama already, so I'm sure she'll be waking Lieutenant Kurosaki soon." "You know, he won't be Lieutenant Kurosaki anymore," Minoli said, back to her sister's side. "As of later today, everyone will call him Captain Kurosaki." Under the covers of burned orange color sheets, Ichigo grumbled something unintelligibly as he started searching for the extra body heat. "Lily." He whines before flipping to the other side and starts searching for her with his arm. "Come back to bed." He peeks through a small hole he made to look for the clock on his desk. As he found it and saw the time, he groaned before concealing himself again. It's not even 4. He wonders if Lily had slept on her bed sometime last night. He opens a little passage for his eyes to see the other neatly folded bed. Well, she didn't sleep there. So where was she? He was heading back to dreamland and the sound of running water reached his ears. As he listened more closely, he noticed the sound coming from the bathroom. Is she showering? Again, he remembers the time. Why so damn early? Perhaps she would clock in early to work today. She probably senses Stark has returned and she's glad that he'll get back to work soon. Ichigo didn't see how this should stop him from going back to sleep. He closed the gap again and started snoozing off when he felt Lily landing on his stomach. Wake up, Ichigo. Ichigo huffed and removed the sheets to yell at an all-too-happy Lily who had a smile that spread across her entire face. What the hell, Lily? Lily, just like him, has changed throughout the 2 years. His changes were rarely noticeable, but they were still there. His facial features got sharper, he grew a little more, and had grown out his sideburns. Lily changed the most. Her lean figure's mostly gone now, her body had developed curves around her waist, and for some odd reason, her perky breast seemed to have gotten bigger. He shook his head and looked up to her face. Just like him, her facial features seemed to have sharpened up but got to keep the feminine smoothness around them. She has even let her hair grow down to her waist, and she grew a few inches herself, too. She was standing at 5 feet 8 inches. Though she changed into a beautiful young woman, Ichigo did not like the new choice of clothes she started wearing. She had dumped her old outfit 4 months ago and switched it up to something a little too revealing. Her clothes now comprise a white-colored briefs with a green outline positioned in the middle. Arm warmers, a revealing vest with a high collar which barely covers her breast, and thigh-high, fur-lined boots. Cammy, he doesn't understand why she started wearing that for. Was she trying to impress someone by showing off some skin? He hopes that wasn't the case, and that Lily was just going through a weird fashion taste phase. Oi, Ichigo. The redhead shook those thoughts out of his head and looked back to Lily with a scowl. What? Get your ass up and take a shower. Today is your big day and you need to clean up and head down towards the communication division to get your office stuff moved towards the SNP division. Lily got off and pulled him out of bed, dragging his body towards the shower. Don't forget to wear the outfit I got for you. That way we go together looking like a pair. Not wanting to get dragged all the way into the showers like a doll, Ichigo stood up before walking ahead of his friend. Sheesh, why are you making this into such a big deal? Knowing Stark, he'll probably only invite the other captains and lieutenants into a small dinner and announce my official promotion to them. I don't even have to get suited up for it either. It's not like he's planning on doing all of this in the main district. Yeah, about that. Ichigo turned around to see Lily looking at the wall. What? Looking back at him with a nervous look, she started laughing like an idiot before saying. It's, funny that you mention the main district because I convinced Stark to announce your promotion there. She started sweating nervously as Ichigo looked at her with tight lips. And, I sort of told Minoli and Loli to invite as many people as possible. And you did all of this when? Ichigo asked. Laughing like an idiot again, she said. About 3 days ago. So you'll probably have a crowd of hollows waiting for you today. Ichigo looked back to the clock, it read 4 o'clock now. If he remembers correctly, Stark will announce everything around 8. So he has about 4 hours to take a shower, move his stuff and then head towards the first level of La Estrella. I got time. He was about to walk into the bathroom when Lily walked past him with a towel over her shoulders. What the hell are you doing? Gonna shower. She answered imminently, removing her left arm warmer. He closed his eyes and turned around as Lily removed her vest. You haven't even showered. Wait. I thought you wanted me to shower first. Look. We can do this faster if we just shower together. She couldn't even get inside the shower before Ichigo covered her with the towel and threw her outside, door slamming behind her. She turned around and started banging on the door. What the hell, Ichigo? Let me inside. I need to shower, too. Then go over to Mashiro's apartment and take a shower there. She heard him shouting from inside the shower. What's the big deal? We sleep in the same bed. But taking a shower together is different. And besides, you're the one that started sleeping in my bed with me. Ugh. At least let me get my clothes back so I won't walk naked down the halls. She's across from our apartment. With a groan, she turned around and headed towards Mashiro's apartment. As she slams the door to their bedroom, Lily walks towards the fridge in their kitchen to eat a couple of Sale's Arrancar pills. She looks towards the breakfast plate she has made for Ichigo. A basic breakfast with raw eggs, overcooked bacon and sloppy pancakes. Okay, so cooking was definitely not her calling. He better eat it. Although that won't happen. Ichigo will probably throw it all away. Ungrateful jerk. She walked out from the kitchen to the living room. A couple of bookshelves to the left, a television to the right, and a couch set in front of it. She has been trying to find some free time to redecorate their apartment, but with how busy things have been these past few years, she doesn't have the time for it. She walked out from their home and literally walked across to the other side to reach Mashiro's apartment, a little chibi version of herself hanging from the doorknob. She knocked once, and the door opened instantly, but the person she found staring at the other side of the door was Okora instead. Okora? What are you doing here? Lily asked. She could see bags under the Arrancar's eyes. Mashiro came knocking at my door around midnight to come over to try out matching outfits for Ichigo's ceremony. Okora replied with a grumpy voice. I haven't rested these past few weeks, and I had hoped to get some well-needed shut-eye last night. He looks back inside to the clock on the wall. It's already 4:10. He walked outside and left the door wide open for Lily. I must go over to my division and get Ichigo's transfer ready for his own division. Aren't you sad that you're going to be losing your lieutenant, Captain Cypher? Lily asked. Sad? No, he turned around and said. There's no point for Ichigo to still be under my wing. He has grown stronger throughout the 2 years of war we have been with Baragon. As he turned around and headed towards his division, he said one last comment. Although I would have preferred if Stark waited a couple of years before deciding on giving Ichigo his own division. Lily watched the man leave her sights around a corner before walking inside and closing the door behind her. I thought he would have taken it harder. She looks around Mashiro's apartment to see a shelf containing manga books by the right wall and, oddly enough, a huge multicolor lava lamp that stood at 7 feet at the center of the room. Many color bean bags that she had borrowed from Stark surrounded the lava lamp. She walked past them and the kitchen to stand right outside of Mashiro's room. "Nei-san," she knocks. "Is it okay if I can take a shower here?" Mashiro, who still looks the same, opens the door. "Lily-chan." She furrows her brows. "Why are you only wearing a towel?" The older girl moved out of the way as Lily walked past her while releasing a low growl. "Barry Baka kicked me out." Lily turned around and pointed an accusing finger at Mashiro, even though the pointing is being directed towards Ichigo. "Can you believe that idiot kicked me out after I told him that we could use the shower together to finish faster?" She lowers her finger and raises an eyebrow. "Why is your hair a mess?" Mashiro looked around her room for a comb. "It's not a mess. I was trying to set it wavier." As she found a comb and started straightening her hair, she sent Lily a pout. "Why are you so mean? That's the reason Ichigo doesn't like you." Lily blushed and walked towards the bathroom. "What are you talking about? He likes me. We wouldn't be best friends if he didn't like me." She closed the door to the bathroom and got inside the shower, water running hot. "You know what I mean by liking you." Mashiro let the last 2 words leave her mouth slower with a bit of an emphasis on them. She heard nothing coming from Lily. "Well, I'll see you later then, Lily-chan." Hearing as the other lime-haired woman left, Lily muttered under her breath. "He likes me." She put a hand over her chest, expecting to feel her heart rapidly beating after remembering the look Ichigo was giving her this morning as she straddled him. "He likes me." She looked down to the sink with a gloomy look. "Ichigo was looking at me, right?" "No, he only likes what he sees." Her eye widened, and she spun her head around. That weird voice was talking again. "It's all in my head, it's all in my head." Ichigo looked down at his new uniform. As a lieutenant, Ichigo was to wear a black capote de paseo with green outlines around the ends of the mantle. At the center of his capote de paseo was his division's insignia, a bat's skull with its eye sockets filled with a green color. That was his old uniform, and as of later today, he will reach the rank of captain, and because of it, he now has a Traje de Lucis suit of lights. He has kept his white hakama and the black, tattoo-like bands around his wrist and ankles. He got rid of the white shirt and the black strap across his chest to wear a black, short and rigid jacket over a white shirt. The ends of the jacket were a deep gold color. Just like his lieutenant uniform, he was wearing a capote de paseo, same colors and theme as his jacket, and at the center of it was his division's insignia, a golden moon. To finish the touch, he has a black slash worn the same as Stark. He gave himself a quick checkout before turning to the clock on the wall. It was already 5 o'clock. I need to go over to Okiora's division and get my stuff moved. He walked towards the door before stopping when his eyes caught the food on the table. She made me breakfast. He changed his direction and headed towards the food. Lifting one piece of burned bacon, Ichigo sighed and lowered it down. Did she forget that I have my hollow mask over my mouth? He shook his head and left the food on the table. She'll probably be mad about it. Well, it won't be his fault that he didn't eat since Lily forgot about his mask. Isn't this the first time she did anything like this? Zangetsu asked. Yep. Ichigo replied as he closed the door behind him. Hold up, you're not going to wear the suit Lily got you? The redhead stuck his hands inside the pockets of his pants. Why should I? It's not like we're attending a ball or anything like that. Sheesh, I thought you would wear it to make your girlfriend happy. Ichigo pinched the bridge of his nose as he walked down the stairs. Damn it, Zangetsu, how many times do I have to tell you this? Lily is not my girlfriend. We went over this for 4 years. Yeah, well, in those 4 years you two have been inseparable. That's not true. Sending the boy a deadpan, Zangetsu said, Ichigo, you sleep in the same place even though you have plenty of rooms to sleep in, and I'm not talking about the beds. Then there's also the fact that you make sure you're stationed anywhere near in fear of danger, but 1, you're inside of the city, and 2, there's no one to hurt her inside. Everyone loves her. You never know when something could happen. One day Baragon could burst through the city with his army. Ichigo argued. That's such a weak excuse, Ichigo. Stark would go straight for Baragon and the rest of our army would deal with Baragons. But what if Baragon was aiming for Lily? Ichigo scowled and scared the 2 Ajuchas that were keeping guard of the 3 RD's level entrance. Ichigo. That's so unlikely. Choosing to ignore the man, Ichigo looked up to see La Estrella's military organization, Escudos. It was a single large structure that strongly resembled the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela. Urahara had helped Stark with figuring out the ideal image of what their base of operation needs to look like. Ironically enough, the real cathedral is a church. So taking inspiration from the famous structure in Spain, Urahara finished an exact and larger replica. Just like the actual building, they separated their base into 4 different sections. The north, south, east, and soon to be the west facade. A cathedral and cloister bound the south facade where he was walking by on both his sides. It has 2 entrance doors in degradation with archivolts with colors patterns of green and silver with a bunch of tympanum images of bats. The archivolts attached over 11 columns with the first 3 of them being white marble. All the windows of the south facade had an image of a bat. This was Okiora's division, the communication division. If any sort of information needed to reach a captain or Stark, they would come here where the fastest of hollows passed the message across the city, the battlefield, or the human world. As he walks through the halls of the south facade, Ichigo wonders if the West Division's marble pillars would get decorated with something of his liking. Even though he's here at the middle of the night, hollows filled the south's halls. Captain Kurosaki. Ichigo turned around to see a hollow he had gotten familiar with walking towards him. Oh, hey there Rudborn. He pushed a pair of wooden doors and into his old office he walked into. He looked around to see everything already removed, the only thing left was the wooden desk, chair, and the clock on the wall, but those are probably left behind for his successor. Sheesh, do you guys want me gone already? Rudborn enters the room. It's nothing like that, sir, we thought we should do the hard work for you. Think about it as a small way for us to repay our debts. Running a hand across the surface of his desk, Ichigo said. I thought I told you to forget about it. I was only doing my job. The Ajuchis shook his head. A job that was too dangerous for us, normal hollows. Well, I guess that's just an advantage of being an Arrancar. An advantage we have over Baragon. He stops in front of Ichigo's desk, the teen taking a seat on the chair. For 2 years we have been in this war with Barragan, and if it wasn't for all of you and the Visards, some, if not, all of us would have been dead. Yeah. The war. Ichigo rested his chin on top of his palm and thought back. Too much has changed in just 2 years. Right after he returned with the Visards, some rumors started spreading. The rumors weren't about the Visards, it was about what he and Okora have done in the human world. Apparently he had scared off a few hollows during his transformation. Some ran away to a different city, but others returned to Hueco Mundo, and when they returned, they started passing over a single word, Zangetsu. He didn't have a clue to how the hollows knew that name until he finally heard the story from Rudborn a few months back. During their first trip to the human world and his first transformation, Zangetsu, using his body, defeated 3 Shinigami captains, and because of this, the Shinigami had doubled their patrols around Karakura town. Some hollows have heard of their muffled conversation, since the only thing they seem to have talked about was a hollow named Zangetsu that had wounded a couple of Shinigami captains. By some time later, the name started getting passed around in Hueco Mundo, but many of the hollows' population dismissed the rumor since Barragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, had never fought and defeated a single Shinigami captain. So how did a no-name hollow pop up out of nowhere and does the one thing Barragan had seemed to have never done? After some time, the hollows dropped the name until it happened again. During his second trip to Karakura town and going through his transformation again, a hollow picked up his Ryatsu. It wasn't hard to forget the power Zangetsu had radiated. So when the corrupted soul sensed his normal Ryatsu and the afterwards Ryatsu after his transformation, the hollow started putting the pieces together. Though Ichigo wonders which hollow was it that was able to recognize Ryatsu's signature, although from what Rudborn had told him, the hollow who sensed him was an old forced soldier of Barragan. So he was probably there when he sensed his Ryatsu when he saved Stark from Barragan. So how did a name cause a war? Well, it didn't directly cause the war, but was one factor that did. With the hollows now knowing he was Zangetsu, more of Barragan's army left to join Stark's, who has the infamous Zangetsu, a hollow who defeated 3 Shinigami captains and was a sort of boogeyman for the Shinigami in his army. It wasn't a hard choice for them. Some joined for the protection, but others thought differently. When news spread over Hueco Mundo after their return from the human world, the hollow population believed Stark ordered him and Okora to send a message to the Shinigami. To declare war against the Shinigami, with what had happened, that's what they all thought, and that seemed to be what the other half of the population strongly believed. However, soon enough, that all changed again when they all heard of the Visards. Some hollows didn't like Shinigami with hollow powers, and they also didn't like the fact that Stark asked for their help. Again, this caused another shift around Hueco Mundo and in both armies. Some stayed with Stark for either the protection or strength, while those who returned with Barragan wanted bloodshed. By this point no sort of conflict had started, but the tension was high. After the number of their followers tripled because of Zangetsu popularity, Sale and Urahara started working in creating all the necessary Arrancar food pills to feed their followers. Just like Sale had promised, they only used the Jillians to make them, and just like what Sale theorized, the retransformed Jillians kept their Ajucha's powers. And that's when the conflict started. Barragan did not like Stark's army getting stronger by the day. So he ordered his men to go down to Minos Park and devour or kill every Jillian in sight, trying to reduce their food supply. That didn't sit well with Stark. So he decided, after being nagged by the Visards, to talk with Barragan to make some sort of treaty among both groups. Stark went alone, since he felt that he should be the only one to go, but after he returned rather quickly and with a grimace look on him, they knew things didn't work out. The brunette hasn't said what their talk was about, but it must have been serious, since the first thing he said after his return was, "We got a war on our hands." Am I interrupting something here? Ichigo shook his head as Okora walked into his old office. Wearing a black, short, and rigid traje de luces with green ends and his division's signature, a bat's skull in the center. No, there's nothing going on here, Rudborn and I were just talking. Rudborn looked at his captain and bowed. Captain Cypher. At ease. Okora watched the hollow nod before leaving. He's an interesting individual, makes you wonder what kind of person he could be if Urahara gets to wake the Hogyoku again and makes him into an Arrancar. Yeah, the redhead frowns. It's a shame it went into hibernation after mine and Lily's transformation. The green-eyed Arrancar turned to look at Ichigo and noticed how stiff the teen seems to be. Nervous? Ichigo slumped his shoulders. Honestly? Yes, I am. He stood up and started walking back and forward. I'm not ready for this. I don't think I can handle the responsibilities of a captain. I know Shinji said that there was nothing too hard about it, but that's because he's an ex-captain, he already has the experience. I don't have any of that. I'm just some guy who knows how to fight. I can't lead people. He took a break from his ranting to sit back down. I don't think I can do this, Okora. It's too much work for me. Are these doubts that I am hearing? Both men looked to the door to see Stark walk in, wearing a black, long-sleeve cloak with a silver 5-point star on the back of his coat. Each tip pointing at 5 different objects, the current division's insignia. The bottom left pointed at an image of Okiora's bat, the bottom right pointed at Ichigo's golden moon, the upwards tip was pointing at an angel's feather, Sale's division, the left one pointed at a white hourglass, Shinji's, and the right one pointed at a black shield, Kensei's. Shaking the surprise off, Ichigo said, "Why are you up so early today?" He let a playful smirk reach his lips. "Don't tell me you miss doing your job." Stark rolls his eyes. "Haha, hilarious, and if you want to know, I couldn't sleep." He looked around Ichigo's empty office. "Damn, they must be eager for your official promotion already." He lifts a stash of papers. "Good thing I brought these then." "What's this?" The redhead took the papers and flipped through all of them. "Transfer sheets." Stark replied. "I announced your promotion about 2 weeks ago, but it won't be official until later today. Within the span of 2 weeks, all the other division's members have been asking for a transfer to the soon-to-be West Facade, the SNP division. Have fun, kid." Ichigo looked up from the papers to see Stark and Okora leaving. "Wait. What the hell am I supposed to do with these?" "Each sheet contains information about the hollows who wish to transfer to your division." Okora turned around. "Go through each one of them. Read every information about the hollows' powers and see how useful they will be for your division. If their abilities seem to be unfit for the division, then decline their request." The redhead gaped and looked down to the sheets of papers in his hand. "It weighs like a freaking old-school phone book." "What? There are hundreds of sheets here. How the hell am I going to finish all of this before my ceremony? My division won't get to finish building yours anytime sooner than until later this week. Your official promotion is today. So, you have an entire week to read through all of them." Stark said as he was walking away, giving Ichigo a little wave. "Don't be late." "Oh, I'm sure Lily told you already, but I will hold the ceremony in the main district." Hearing footsteps alongside him, he glances to his left to see Okora. "Something you want to say?" Okora kept looking forward as he answered. "It's frightening." Stark already knew what he was talking about, all the other captains and lieutenants talk about it. "I know it is, but at least this way we can slow him down. All it took was 2 years." "I know." Stark frowns. "I don't understand how Ichigo has such an astounding growth rate ability. I understand that he has been fighting a lot these past 2 years, but none of his battles have pushed him to the point to evolve further, but still, he has closed the gap with most of the Visards, and it's not like they haven't gotten stronger either. Have you asked Urahara and Sale to examine Ichigo?" "I have, but they said it's unnecessary, everything is okay." The green-eyed Arrancar frowns. "Okay. Stark, you know there's nothing okay about it. Ichigo has surpassed the likes of Rose, Love and Kensei, all of them were Shinigami captains. Ichigo erased the gap that used to be between him and I, something like that doesn't happen in just 2 years. Stark knew that, he really does, but what can he do besides make Ichigo a captain to slow down the process of his ridiculous growth rate? As long as Ichigo doesn't get to fight, then there's no reason for him to get stronger. He has to stop, eventually. Ichigo wasn't even halfway through all the sheets when he looked up to the clock on the wall. It was already 7:30 and left his half-ass work unfinished. As he was walking down towards the main district, Ichigo wondered about who his lieutenant would be. Is there anyone left? Lily works for Stark, Lisa for Shinji, Kensei has Mashiro. He put a hand under his chin and thought. Would they appoint one of the Visards? Or maybe one of the new guys? He shook his head as he could hear all the noise of the main district. I'll find out soon. As Ichigo reached midway through the spiral staircase, he looked towards the main district. La Estrella has 3 different sections. The third level of these sections is the current home to both the Visards and Arrancar. The second level used to be nothing but ruins, but after much cleaning and building, it became the base of the military force, Escudos. The last of the section called the main district or plaza is where all the normal of hollows live. A few of the hollows who joined Stark weren't capable fighters, but still Stark didn't kick them out. So they created the main district for them to live in. The main district still has the same look. Buildings and stores of all kinds built in any corner and streets big enough for any size hollows to walk through. Reaching the ends of the stairs, Ichigo walked through the oddly loud streets. He looked to his left to see a familiar hollow. Oi, Musketa. Musketa Gantenbane was the rare example of a natural Arrancar. He has brown eyes and a big burnt orange afro-style haircut with thick sideburns and a goatee. They changed his outfit to match his particular style, including large frills on his collar and thighs. The remains of his hollow mask are a sunglasses-shaped plate on his forehead with 4 teeth coming out above each eye. There is a blue star in the center of the mask fragment. I see you're heading towards the center of the city, Chico. Are you here to escort me, Caballero? Ichigo jokes with the man, both walking together. Musketa rolls his eyes and says, I thought Stark-sama promoted you to a captain, not a comedian. The redhead laughs. He was happy that Hueco Mundo still had plenty of mystery left and Musketa was an example of it. It was during one of the many battles fought in Minos Park that he had unintentionally found the Arrancar with a colony of other hollows. This was all proof to Ichigo that not all hollows act like hunger-driven monsters, and thanks to the existence of these humane hollows that so many of them could live peacefully together. To Ichigo, he believes that not all the hollows are nothing but evil spirits. Some of them must have been good people in their previous life but ended up as hollows because they got devoured by one or they couldn't reach soul society in time before sadly turning into a hollow. Where's that friend of yours, Dordoni? The Afro man shrugged his shoulders. Beats me, he responded to one of the emergency calls a few minutes ago. Ichigo hummed. The corner of his eyes could see hollows bowing but not to him, those bows were being directed towards his friend. Musketa, and like his friend Dordoni, belonged to the police force of Escudos, which Kensei leads. Their job is self-explanatory. To make sure the hollows don't break any sorts of taboos, Kensei created the police division to keep hollows both safe and checked. During the early days of La Estrella, some hollows had turned on one another and started eating each other. Stark had put down every hollow that had done so, but still he couldn't be everywhere. That's when Kensei created the police division and controlled or exterminated every hollow who broke the powerful taboo. It may have been a harsh punishment, but to the hollows who wished to live their lives, they couldn't be more thankful to the police division. Making a turn around a street, Ichigo found a humongous stadium stage in the center of a plaza. Thousands of hollows surrounded it. What the hell? His left eye started twitching. Why did so many of them come? Stark's gonna only announce my promotion, he started growling as he remembered a certain woman inviting all these hollows. I bet this is Lily's fault. Don't be so mad at your girl. I'm sure most of them are probably just excited to see the infamous Zangetsu. Mosqueda said, crossing his arms. You should get up there already, Chico. We're only 10 minutes away from the show starting. She's not my girl. Mosqueda smiled as Ichigo left and started heading towards the front of the stage. Today feels like a good day. X. Chapter 19, A Captain and His Lieutenant. X. Death was a powerful concept that Ichigo never got around to thoroughly understanding. When he died and woke up in Hueco Mundo, the first thing he worried about was knowing where he was. He didn't stop to think about the fact that he had died because he, as a child, never understood death. Yes, he knows that everything has to die since his father, a doctor, had told him about life and death, but he never stopped to think about why there seems to be life after death. What's supposed to be after death? What's supposed to be after his death? Does he get to go to heaven? Is there heaven? Is that the reason soul society exists? Because that's what heaven's supposed to be. But if that's true, and heaven is a powerful concept like death, then how can he possibly prove it? What proof does he have that soul society could have been his heaven? Or maybe Hueco Mundo is supposed to be his heaven, but what proof does he have that the life he's living now is his heaven? Honestly, he has one. Angels. It felt strange for him to think about angels. His religious beliefs mention nothing about angels, well, anything that resembles the Western versions of angels. But he was a hard believer in this moment. And it all has to do with the beautiful angel that he was looking at right now. Ichigo has to wonder why Lily wears nothing to what she's wearing right now. The backless, black dress with gold moons going through its cycles by the sides of the dress that end just below her knees made her look angelic. The dress was hugging the curves of her body in a way that her usual clothes would normally reveal, but there was something more appealing with her current clothes. She put her hair up to a bun while letting 2 strands frame her face. He checks her out from head to toe and notices the lace-up, black heels. That explains why she seems to be a little taller and oozing sex appeal. He was no stranger to sex. Though the act has never been done, he has the mental understanding of it. Sale and Urahara had explained that the Hogyoku had sped up his mental growth. Making him understand and with it, notice the opposite sex, and he has notice. It instantly started on the day that Lily changed her clothes to something more revealing. At first it flustered him. He couldn't understand why Lily started dressing like that, but he never talked about it. He commented about the choice of clothes and that was it, but as time passed by, he noticed the way she had gained the attention of the opposite sex. He didn't like the way they would stare at her with hungry eyes, and not the hungry type of eyes that means they were ready to eat her. Although something was telling him that they wanted to eat her in a different manner. He had tried everything to convince Lily to wear normal clothes, but as she'd stated before, "What are you talking about, Ichigo? These are normal clothes." Her comment only started an argument between the two of them, and by the end of the day he never got to convince her. She kept wearing those way too short shorts and the vest, just the vest. He was fine with the vest. It gave her a nice sexy look that he appreciated seeing from time to time. The only problem with it was her not wearing a bra, and sometimes he feels like the winds will blow hard one day and reveal her breast to everyone. Damn it. He doesn't want something like that to happen in public. He should be the one that gets to only see them. His eyes widened at the end of that thought. What? Hell no. Hell yes. Ichigo violently shook his head. Damn it, Zangetsu, stop trying to influence my thoughts with your dirty thoughts. Zangetsu, TSK, at Ichigo while waving off a single finger. Oh ho. You think I let some of my fantasy inside your thoughts? Ha. That's a funny joke, kid. Sorry to tell you this, but you're the one with the desire to see Lily's tits. Can we please not start a conversation about Lily's breasts? The inner hollow wishes his mischievous eyes could gleam brighter. You're right, let's stop talking about Lily's tiny hills and let's talk about Yoruchi's whopping Fuji twins. Remember that day she walked out of Stark's room after she pranked him? He didn't wait for Ichigo to reply. He knew the kid was thinking about it. Actually, I can always replay that memory again, you know, because why not? Why are we having this conversation? Ichigo closes his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose. Shrugging, Zangetsu brought Ichigo's attention back to Lily when he saw the girl staring at him with a look that sent a shiver down his spine. Hey Ichigo, can a girl read minds? What are you talking about now, Zangetsu? Now I'm no genius, but with that death stare Lily's looking at us with, I think she just heard our small chat about her breast. Ichigo looked at Lily as she walked towards him and he could see the way her face was fuming with streams that seemed to come out of her ears. Warning bells started ringing in his head. Hey there Lily. You asshole. She tightens her hands around his neck. I got you a really nice suit for you to wear and you show up wearing your uniform. Do you know how long it took me to find it? And not to mention I had to be sure it fit you. Oh, she was mad, very mad. It took her an entire week for her to find the perfect suit for his ceremony/promotion, but the asshole is wearing his uniform instead? Do you know how much time and effort I put into it? I'd asked Stark about your division's colors theme so that I could find a nice dress. A dress, Ichigo. How many times have you seen me wearing one? She could see the way he wanted to break free and speak up, but he seemed dazed and distracted about something. Instead of letting him speak, she kept going on with her ranting, but she loosened her grip. I risked my hide since I had to sneak into the human world to get them. He heard her but he was too distracted to say anything. Up close he could see the signs of makeup on her face. He could see the rosy blushed makeup on her cheeks, the typical black eyeliner on her lone eye, and found a peach-shaded color tracing her lips. He couldn't help but wonder when Lily had found the time to learn how to apply makeup to herself. After feeling her loosening her grip more, he finally said something, "You look beautiful." His words caused her cheeks to blush. What? She asked him with a narrowed eye. Does he think a simple compliment would make her forgive him? Nice try asshole, but that won't save you. Before she could continue her action, Ichigo grabbed her hands. Sure, Ichigo was stronger than her and honestly she felt as though the redhead could have easily broken out from her grip but held in doing so, and right now she was expecting him to overthrow her in a show of strength, but instead of a rough grip, she found her hands being held with such unexpected tenderness from the guy who she almost choked to death. Ichigo wonders if his brain finally got enough oxygen for him to think straight. You look beautiful. But as he repeated himself, he knew his head was slowly filling back up. How come you wear nothing like this around? She's hoping the makeup on her cheeks was hiding the blush that she's for sure feeling on them. Well, this is a dress and we're in the middle of a war. Would be inappropriate to wear something like this around. She could feel such intensity from his eyes and wanted to look away but she wouldn't actually. No matter what, Ichigo's eyes were too beautiful to look away from. She stared back at them. Do you not like what I usually wear now? How was it that this dress was getting a better reaction out of Ichigo than her other clothes? She looks amazing in her other clothes and had hoped to get a compliment from him or even a reaction, but he said nothing. He usually only looks at her, and although she likes the way his eyes scan her body, words were what she was aiming for. He shook his head. They look good for combat, but I honestly feel you should wear a bra or something to cover your chest. He saw the small frown on her face and wondered if he said the wrong thing. Do I look good in them? Good in them? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Lily couldn't help but sighed as he answered her question. Definitely not the words she wanted to hear. Yeah, a simple, yeah, and he even sounded a bit doubtful too. Wasn't showing off some skin a good way to gain a guy's attention? She forgot about her blush and gently removed her hands from Ichigo's gentle grip to fix his suit. Looking at him closer, they both looked like a pair thanks to the colors being so similar. Did you at least eat the breakfast I left for you? She asked as her hands fixed the collar on his suit. No. Ichigo felt her grip his collar. He looked down to see her glaring at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lily. He gestures to his hollow mask. She looks away, embarrassed that she had forgotten. Ah. Stark was staring at them from the sidelines, Shinji and Kensei standing on his side, both wearing their captain's outfit. Shinji's traje de Lucy's colors were the same as everyone else besides his ends being white and his division's insignia, a white hourglass at the center. He'd gotten rid of his street clothes and went back to wearing his old captain uniform. While they considered Kensei a captain and wore his Shinigami outfit, the man refused to wear a traje de Lucy's since he felt as though he couldn't fight with one, so deceived to have his division's insignia tattoo on his right bicep, a black shield. Stark felt a sense of déjà vu when Lily choked Ichigo. She acts a lot like you, Anna. Ha, I knew she would. He raises a mental brow at her tone. She sounded enthusiastic. Then it runs in the family. He felt as his words caused her to feel gloomy. Do you want to talk about it? No, and just like that, she ended their conversation. Stark waited for a few seconds before forgetting about it. He'd been trying hard for the past few years to understand Anna better, but the woman was tight-lipped about her past life. She's there for him when they need to do some training, but besides that, he hasn't gotten to learn of her at a much more personal level. It's not like he isn't trying and he sure doesn't want to pressure her, but a part of him is dying to figure out in what way he could relate both Lily and Anna into. He has a couple of guesses, actually. One of them was a possibility while the other one felt too far-fetched but could still be a possibility. His first thought was that perhaps Lily and Anna were sisters, a possibility, but the only flaw with that guess is the fact about why Anna split herself into him and Lily, or why was it that Lily's soul got eaten by her own sister, but it's not like he never heard of it. Sale's older brother was ready to eat him. The second guess, and perhaps the least likely, would be that Anna is actually Lily's mother. Again though, the idea that Anna would do something so cruel as to eat her own daughter's soul felt too disturbing. You'll tell me soon, right, Anna? Stark shifted from his thoughts to Mashiro as he saw the young woman coming up with Okora. What's going on here? Everyone else turns around to see Okora and Mashiro. The green-eyed Arrancar was wearing the same outfit as he used to wear in the human world, only that an orange scarf that looked strangely the same as Mashiro's replaced his bow tie. The lime-haired woman was wearing an orange V-neck long-sleeve, polka-dot blouse with a black three-hoops short skirt that ended just a little above her knees. A pair of black Mary Jane Lolita shoes that had an orange bow around the ankles accompanied the long, black stockings that cover her legs. Lily looked up to her sister to see her hair still combed in their usual manner. Hey, what gives? I thought you were trying to set your hair down in waves. She also notices the absence of her scarf. And you're not wearing your scarf? I thought you never took it off. She knows that because Mashiro always wears her scarf, even when she's sleeping. Except for this morning. When Okora was there. She looks from Mashiro to Okora as she slowly puts the pieces together. There's no way. Ichigo ignored how Lily was looking at the pair. He was more focused on the fact that Okora came dressed. Really? They dragged you into this? He cocked an eyebrow and smirked slightly at the sight of Okora's twitchy eyebrow, the one and only sign for whenever he's annoyed, a very rare moment to see since the pale-skinned Arrancar always has his emotions under control. Okora looked at Ichigo with narrow eyes. He's not dressed. He spoke through gritted teeth and turned to look at Mashiro with a little forceful smile. No one besides us and Lily came dressed. But I told them to wear their best suit. Mashiro defended herself. I even sent everyone a little reminder. Shinji raised his hand to gain their attention. You did, but then I decided against it. You will never catch me in a suit. Kensei added. I'll only announce Ichigo's promotion and head straight to my office. Need to see if anything has happened since the week I left. Stark yawned before looking at an imaginary watch on his wrist. Would you look at that? It's time to start. We're starting already? Ichigo looked around. But we're missing everyone else. Sighing, Stark turned to Ichigo. Announcing your promotion in the plaza was Lily's idea. All I wanted to do was send a letter to all the captains and they would announce your promotion to their divisions. The reason I planned it that way was because I didn't want to put all of our forces into one place. We can't remove all our troops from Minos Park in fear of Baragon's army cutting our food supply, and we can't have all the divisions here in case of attack. I also made it optional for them to come. Ichigo didn't know if he should feel thankful or a little hurt that not everyone was here. What's Lisa doing? He asked Shinji. Doing my job, what else? The blonde responded in an obvious tone. I wanted a little break from all the paperwork. What about Rose and Love? Ichigo asked. Rolling his eyes, Kensei answered. Their job is more active than ours, and you know it since we need both of them to watch over Minos Park. Sale and Urahara? The redhead desperately asked again. Now he was feeling hurt that everyone was more focused on their job. While those two aren't that far away from the plaza, Stark started walking towards the stage, everyone following behind him. They're both busy working on their latest project that will hopefully power up the city and more. As for Hiyori, well, since she never accepted the position of lieutenant, she didn't get an invitation to the stage, although it doesn't mean she's not out there. Tensai and Hachi are constantly focusing on the barriers they created around La Estrella in case of unwanted visitors. As for Yoruchi, well, you know better than anyone else that she's our eyes in the human world. Thanks to Yoruchi's transformation ability, she can spy through Karakura town undetected. Keeping tabs and updates in the Shinigami. He turns around and stops before walking through a pair of red curtains to look at the redhead. I'm going to do a little rundown of your achievements and when I'm done, I will gesture for you to step forward and bow. And then boom, we're done. Just like that? Ichigo asked, both eyebrows reaching his hairline. Well, yeah, we all got jobs to do and the sooner we finish the better. Stark replied before walking through the curtains. As soon as his body disappeared to the other side, Ichigo could hear thousands of cheers. And here I thought that I wanted an uneventful ceremony. Sighing, he follows Stark's actions. Might as well get this over with. He heard the cheers, he expected a few of them to come, maybe a little of 2000's hollows. But as his eyes stared at the white sea of hollows that reached past his horizon, he couldn't help but feel oddly happy. Did half of the population of La Estrella show up? So many of them came. For me. Who else could it be for? Ichigo smiles as he positions himself between Shinji and Lily, the former standing next to Stark's left side. Kensei, Mashiro and Okora, in that order, stood to Stark's right. He watched as the brunette raised a hand to silence the hollows before starting off his speech, and as soon as the first words left the brunette's mouth, he blocked off the rest of the speech. He was still a bit awed. So many hollows came, and as he looks around the crowd, he notices a few familiar faces. Mosqueda and his friend Dordoni were at the front of the crowd, keeping things in control. Looking back into the crowd, Ichigo found Rudborn easily stinking out with his humongous form. He even found both Minoli and Loli resting on his branches. As he found those two, he started searching for the other group member of that group. But Samari seems to be missing. For whatever odd reason, those four stuck together. Even though they work under different divisions, they always find the time to meet up and talk. The redhead went back to hearing about Stark's speech to figure out what he was saying about him now, but as he still spoke about some of his battles and influence on the war, he went back to staring at the crowd, which is still something that he was having a hard time believing. You need to thank her, asshole. What? Zangetsu rolled his eyes. Thank Lily. We both know you wanted nothing like this, but seeing the lack of friends coming for your promotion may make you realize that you wanted the attention. He felt as Ichigo lifted a mental eyebrow at him. What? You're not going to tease me by calling her my girlfriend or something between those lines? Thank her. Ichigo stared at the crowd unemotionally. Is something going on with Zangetsu? The inner hollow would use every opportunity he has in teasing him with Lily, but right now he sounded genuine about it. He looks to his left and would quietly thank Lily when he realizes just how close she was to him. He could hold her around the waist with a simple arm reach. He looks to his right and notices an obvious gap between Shinji and him. Since she was so close, he looked back at the crowd and would thank her in a quiet voice that only she would hear but stopped. He wanted to look her in the eye and thank her properly. He shifted his sight on her and went mute. The feeling of always having eyes on her was ever so present. She got used to the feeling already since no matter where she goes, everyone would stare at her. Figure as much since they considered her a powerful public figure, apparently royalty since she's Stark's sister, and one of her favorites, because she's Zangetsu's lover. Yep, that last one always made her laugh bitterly. She could guess that Loli and Minoli started that gossip since they have seen them, not only living in the same apartment but sleeping together in the same bed, in what most people would say, in various intimidating sleeping positions that lovers would only be found doing. She hasn't even bothered to hush those whispers in hopes that they could reach Ichigo. But then what? Ichigo would probably laugh at it before waving off the rumor, or most likely annoyed that such rumor started. Or maybe things could go differently. Differently in what way? The voice in her head spoke in a harsh and poisonous tone, making Lily drop the smile on her face. I want him to accept it. Why? So that way it'll be easier for him to accept you. It spoke in the same tone again. Almost as if her and Ichigo getting together disgusted it. Lily said nothing, not when the voice was right. She wanted Ichigo to accept her presence in a different and new way. The voice was ready to speak again when she felt it, an unsettling feeling of a pair of eyes on her that shook the voice away and made a blush spread across her cheeks. Only one person could make her feel anxious under their stare. She moved her head to the right so that her pink-eyed could look at Ichigo's set, but unlike her, he was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. Something you want to say, Ichigo? She whispers loudly enough for him to hear her before she murmurs out, and can you please stop staring at me? He doesn't even care about the fact that she caught him staring. Thank you. Huh? For what? Lily pursed her lips. What is he thanking her for? She saw him gesturing to the crowd with his head, slightly making her frown. Oh, and here I thought you wanted nothing like this. She shrugs her shoulders and looks back at the crowd. If they keep looking and speaking to each other, then the rumors won't stop. You're welcome. She couldn't make it past 20 seconds before looking back at Ichigo. She could still feel his eyes on her. She turned her head to look at him as he did the same. You look beautiful. Again those stupid words. I know, you keep saying it. When did you learn to put makeup on you? She moves her head over to see Stark, the brunette still talking about Ichigo. I asked Yoruchi to teach me. She answers while looking back at him. You asked Yoruchi? Ichigo asked with a quizzical expression on his face. This time she controls her pink hue on her cheeks. Yes, I asked her, but only because I knew this was a very important moment for you. And you had to look nice for me? He replied with a small and playful grin. I did, Captain Kurosaki. She replied back with a small smile on her face. You didn't need to. He went back to looking forward but kept looking at her from the corner of his eyes. He could still hear Stark talking about him, so he kept engaging in a conversation with Lily. You had a suit ready for me. How did you get my measurements? I asked Okora. The redhead moved his head back to her. That was such a straightforward answer that sounded so real but couldn't be. But Okora knows nothing like that. He watched her look at him with a mischievous smile on her eye and face. Well, I asked him to find out for me. Ichigo knitted his eyebrows together and really thought hard about it. When the hell did Okora have the time to ask me anything like that? He looks back at Lily to see her still looking at him with the same mischief smile. I don't remember Okora ever asking me for my clothes size. Well, there was that one time he measured me for my traje de luces to see what my size would be. Watching her friend sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose made her smile turn to a grin. Finally figure it out. Wasn't a question, she knew he figured it out. I did. Instead of sulking about it, he asked the next thing on his mind. You didn't put yourself in any danger, right? Her grin dropped as she spotted his worried expression. She sighs and looks back to the crowd. I wasn't joking when I said that I risked my life by getting the outfits. The only place I know of is Karakura town, and you can imagine that every time I open a garganta there would be a captain or two heading my way, but I was okay because I asked Sale to give me one of his cloaks to hide my Ryatsu. You've been doing something that risky behind my back? Ichigo asked. Because I wanted to surprise you. She argues. You could have gotten yourself hurt or worse. He felt like arguing, but decided against it. Last time they argued she stopped talking to him for a week. When did you find the time to sneak into the human world? Multiple times, if I may ask. Even when I was always watching you. He mentally added. I did it when you were asleep. She heard his lips snap open and sent him a glare. Don't you dare say anything. I still remember how you used to sneak down to Urahara's basement to practice your Kappa Zero, you know, that very dangerous technique that blew your arm up. I did it for you. Ichigo replied, glaring back at Lily. Every time I practice my Kappa Zero, I have you in mind. What? His words both confused and excited her. Was he trying to tell her something? Tell me what you mean. She eagerly questions back. Ichigo loosen up his glare as Lily looks at him with a big hopeful look in her eye. Every time I practice and fail, with mostly my arm getting blown to pieces, I make sure to recall the reason I was doing what I was doing, to protect you. He started feeling a bit blue as he looked back on the first incident in the human world. When Captain Kachiki's Kido spell hit you, I thought you were dead. I thought I lost you. Would my death matter to you back then? Lily nonchalantly asked him. If I had died, then you should have remembered that you still had Stark and Sale left. Just because you could have lost me didn't mean you couldn't have kept living without me. Ichigo frowns at her remark. Are you saying this because of how you felt back then? Because you thought your life didn't matter, you thought I wouldn't have cared if you had died? He couldn't stop himself as he caressed her left cheek with his hand, an act that was a little too bold for him. If I had lost you, I think I wouldn't know how to keep going. I know it sounds stupid to say that when I still would have had Stark and Sale with me, but you gave me a sense of feeling I probably wouldn't have ever felt. Her heart was racing. Wait, does she even have a heart? She must have one because she could feel the beating tempos of a heartbeat against her chest. You mean an emotion, right? What sort of emotion is it? Ichigo felt the world go quiet. He was sure that the only thing he's focused on right now was Lily, who was patiently waiting for his answer. An answer he was still unsure of the proper emotion he was feeling for her. So how can he give her a straightforward answer? He sighed and put together some words and hoped they came out sounding right. You make me feel so happy. From the first day we met, you have always been there to make me smile and laugh. Not once, after my death, did I feel like I was dead. Not when you were there to always make me feel alive. He raises an eyebrow as Lily's face goes full red and wonders if he said the right words or if Lily has figured out what he has been feeling for her lately. He moved in closer to her when she took a huge step away from him to make sure there was a considerable distance between them and went back to looking forward. Lily? She said nothing, and that made him believe he said something wrong. He was ready to step closer to her when he finally noticed how quiet everything around him was. Ahem. Ichigo looked to his right to see Shinji with a sly grin, and looking past him, he saw Kensei and Okora with an annoyed look, Mashiro with a know-it-all expression and Stark with a little smile on his face while gesturing out with his hand. It had been a couple of minutes, Ichigo. The redhead looked at the crowd and saw all the hollows waiting for him. Oh shit. He stepped forward and bowed, instantly causing the hollows to cheer. He looks back to Stark to see the man still smiling, with a smile that Ichigo finally realizes meant that he would hurt him later on today. Great job Ichigo, you made yourself look like a fool in front of everyone. Stark drops his smile and sighs. And we're done. He was ready to disband the entire gathering when he saw Lily jumping and waving over at her spot. Oh. That's right. He cleared his throat and started his other speech. Of course, being a captain isn't an easy job. Ichigo looks at Stark with a puzzled look. Didn't the man say after his bow the ceremony would be over? Sometimes, they need a little help. That made his eyes widen. Stark would announce his lieutenant. Who the hell could it be? Wait. Is he going to give me Hiyori? Don't you dare give her to me, Stark. But Hiyori wasn't the only person left that could get set as his lieutenant. There was always Dordoni and Mosqueda, but from what he understood, Kensei wanted those two to stay in his division since they were more openly accepted by the Hollows than him. Nell is a candidate, but she's a member of Rose's and Love's subdivision, and since the team at Minos Park regularly gets attacked by Hollows, keeping Nell there helps them out big time. Who's left? He wonders if it was possible that Stark would let a normal Ajuchas become his lieutenant, that would definitely raise moral support as a mental ease to their citizens. But the question would be who? Which Ajuchas would be the first to receive such an honor? The only two that come to mind are Zamari and Rudborn, both powerful Hollows, but Zamari was by far the strongest of the two. And without further ado, Ichigo cursed. He was sure Stark had just said some hints about the person appointed to become his right hand. Please step forward, Lieutenant Gingerbuck of the Search and Protect Division. Ichigo gaped and turned to see Lily, the young woman waving and smiling at the cheering crowd. Looks like you're stuck with me no matter where you go, Captain Kurosaki. Lily stepped back to his side and hip-checked him, almost making the redhead fall over. Loli felt somewhat remorseful for Rudborn. She patted the Hollow's trunk. Sorry that you didn't get to become Ichigo's lieutenant, but you had to have seen it coming. You're just not strong enough to get set as a lieutenant. Loli. Minoli exclaimed, making her sister shrug her shoulders. What? I'm just saying what's true. She started feeling Minoli's glare on her skin and Rudborn feigning indifference around the atmosphere, so she changed the subject. Where the hell is Zamari at? He said he would be here. He's behind the stage, waiting for Stark-sama to call him out. Rudborn answered the girl. Called him out for what? Asked the scorpion-like Ajuchas. He turned his head to look at her, her sister also paying close attention. Now that Captain Cypher lost his lieutenant, who do you think will take the spot? Zamari will become the lieutenant of the communication division. Both sisters yelled out, gaining the attention of some surrounding Hollows. Rudborn nodded. They filled the communication division with some of the fastest Hollows La Estrella offers, and Zamari, outside the class of Arrancar and Visards, is the second fastest Hollow. Nell, being a Vasto Lord, makes her a tap bit faster. Minoli frowned. How was it that you were in a division full of speedsters? No offense, but you're not fast because of your size. How is it that you know about Zamari's promotion? Loli asked with her appendages crossed. That's because I'm the one who recommended Zamari after I rejected both promotions to become Kurosaki's and Cypher's lieutenant. The tree-like Hollow replied. What? That caught Loli off guard. The moment Rudborn heard of Ichigo's promotion, the Hollow did all it could to make sure he set the proper requirements of being a lieutenant. It wasn't an easy task either, not when he had people like Nell and Zamari to compete with. However, Zamari was aiming to fill up the spot that Ichigo left open, and from what she understood, Stark-sama didn't want to transfer Nell away from Minos Park. So Rudborn's chances of getting into Ichigo's division as his lieutenant went higher, with his only real competition being Lily, but her friend was already a lieutenant. Why would you do something like that? Minoli frowned. Well. Rudborn started recalling his encounter. Flashback, 1 week before Ichigo's official promotion. Rudborn stood with his upper limbs behind his back at attention. He was in a large circular white room that from what he had heard was the captain's meeting room. A basic and very Spartan-like room that only comprises a large wooden door that he came through and colorful, marble-made pillars that stood proudly behind the captains, each pillar with their captain's insignia carved in them. There were 6 pillars, but only 5 of them had their respected captains in front of them. He glanced towards the gold pillar standing next to Captain Cypher, a moon carved in it. Ichigo's. He looked towards Stark. His grey pillar stood larger than the rest with a 5-pointed star and with the gentle king of La Estrella standing in front of it with his arm crossed and his eyes judging him. He felt a bit intimidated. You understand what's happening, right? He nodded instantly. I do, Stark-sama. That's good then. He heard Shinji and turned to the man. The pillar behind him was a white faded color shade with an hourglass. Hope our reasons for promoting you don't seem misunderstood. He felt a bit lost. What reasons are they? We have 3 reasons. Kensei spoke up, standing a distance away from Shinji's right side, a silver pillar with a black shield standing behind him. The first, and possibly the most positive reason is because we have looked into your abilities and found out that it could become very helpful for Ichigo. Sale stepped forward and noticed the lack of a captain's uniform, but from he has heard from the science division was that both the Arrancar and Shinigami scientist were competing to see which of the 2 can top the other one, and because of that competition, not one of the 2 has taken the mantle of division captain, although it's an unspoken rule that both men were basically ordering the division around. Your abilities to create one-track mind drones for easy instructions means you can help Ichigo's division since its goals will be to search for hollows everywhere, from the human world to Hueco Mundo, and bring them here to La Estrella for protection. The pink-haired man stepped back to his light shade rose pillar with an angel feather, and then Urahara, who still wore his usual clothes, stepped forward. Of course, your powers are very limited because of your current state, so we're not expecting too much from you. The blonde casually added his bold comment. He automatically nodded back. He already knew that. If I'm lacking in power, then why promote me? Because of reason number 2. Stark spoke, gaining his attention. It's no secret to us that most of the hollows don't want the Visards and Shinigami here, they still don't trust them, and because of the lack of trust, some divisions have been having a harder time recruiting hollows into joining them. Before the recruitment of Mosqueda and Dordoni, Kensei had a hard time gaining any trust among the hollows, but afterwards, his division has been steadily gaining members, and with it some trust between him and our citizens. The hollows don't have a problem with Ichigo now after they learn of his Zangetsu identity, so he'll have no problem recruiting hollows, but what will happen to the other divisions if every hollow wishes to join Ichigo? He heard his captain speak and turned to answer Ulquiorra. The other divisions would lose strength. That's right. Urahara eagerly butt in. Most divisions have either an Arrancar or Visard as their lieutenant, so mentally some hollows don't see a problem if they choose not to join one, they'll think we need no more numbers since we already have strong soldiers. But the truth is that to win a war, we need both numbers and power. Some hollows out there may have very useful abilities that could help us, but how would we know if they never bother joining? Kensei crossed his arms over his chest. By appointing you as a lieutenant, we hope to encourage hollows into joining a division. In other words, I'll become a public image. He didn't know if he should feel honor of being a change to La Estrella or dispirited that his only reason for becoming promoted was to become a guinea pig to a public experiment. We said not to misunderstand them. Stark said. We have already talked to Zamari, the hollow you recommended to us, but we feel like the reasons went over his head and he wants to become a lieutenant. That sounded a lot like Zamari. What's the third reason? Ichigo. He couldn't stop himself from frowning in confusion as he heard Stark's final reason. He guesses his expression was obvious since Stark answered his uncalled question right away. Lately we're getting worried about his current state. Stark raises his hand, and stops from opening his mouth. It's nothing too grave, we hope, but we feel as though Ichigo's growth is something very abnormal. To say the least. Would you believe me if I say that Ichigo was nowhere as strong as he was a few years back? He has been fighting in this war for 2 years straight, so he would only get stronger. He stated. That's not how power works for a hollow. Urahara said. Shinigami gets stronger as the years pass by, but I'm talking about years. In theory, because Ichigo is an Arrancar, he should have taken 20 years to achieve his current strength, but Ichigo isn't even 20 years old yet. He died at the tender age of 8, no knowledge of the afterlife, but still his power was higher than a lower-level Ajucha's. But then came the first incident in the human world and Ichigo's power levels went from a normal Ajucha's to a powerful Vasto Lord. A Vasto Lord more powerful than I. Of course, back then I wasn't as strong as I am today, but still, the thought that there was something more powerful than me scared me because it came from Ichigo, a boy who has been an Arrancar for 2 years. Stark's words almost cause him to lose his composure. Almost. He couldn't open his mouth because Stark continued. We didn't plan to make Ichigo a captain so soon, but we feel as though fighting has caused his body to only react and enhance his powers. So we're hoping that settling him down with some paperwork and light work will hopefully slow him down. Why is that a reason to make me his lieutenant? Can't you ask him to stop fighting? Ichigo only has one thing on his mind, and that is to protect. So if we asked him to stop fighting in this war, then we're asking him to stop protecting the hollows. Stark sighed. We're hoping that you could be Ichigo's reason and talk him out of any unnecessary fight and have him focus on running his division. You don't have to give us your answer, but in about a week I would like to know. A week? Shinji asked, watching Stark leave through the doors before stopping and answering his question. I'm gonna go out to train. He left after that. He was having mixed feelings about his promotion because from what it sounds like, the Search and Protect division was created only to house Ichigo. He felt a bit honored with being selected, even though he knew Zamari has a chance of being Ichigo's lieutenant, but his fellow division member will most likely become Okiora's lieutenant. I have no reason to not join the SNP division. He made a turn around a corner and stopped as Lily stood in his way, looking a bit highly strung. Rudborn, right? She even sounded a bit nervous and upset. Indeed, Lilinette-sama. So, have you decided about it? He raises a mental eyebrow. How could she know about his supposed promotion? Besides being a lieutenant herself, I thought they would only share my promotion among the captains. He tried to speak, but Lily spoke first. And just like her brother, she answers his uncalled question. I saw Zamari looking a bit excited and asked him about it before he told me. She nervously shifted her weight to her right side and rubbed her right arm with her left. He's excited about filling up Okiora open position, but since I know of Ichigo's promotion too, I know he will need a lieutenant. So I guess that'll be you, right? Is that what's making her nervous? But why would that? He stops his thoughts as he remembers about the rumors, and then his back goes stiff. The rumors always spoke about the possible unannounced relationship between Lieutenant Kurosaki and Gingerbuck, but he has only heard those rumors as words. There's no proof. Unless one of the two speak about it, then he'll believe it, and right now it looks like the princess will tell him about it. Is she going to tell me about it now because she wants to be his lieutenant? Is Lily hoping by telling him about her and Ichigo's private affairs would cause him to back away from the offer? But then why would she seek him out? She could go straight to Stark and tell him that she wants to be Ichigo's right hand. Unless Stark disapproves of their relationship. Or doesn't even know about it. But that's so unlikely since the rumors have spread far and wide across La Estrella, or possibly even across Hueco Mundo. After realizing he has said nothing yet, he opens his mouth, but instead of beating around the bush, he questions her straightforwardly. You want my position? It was a stated fact that caused the young woman to look at the ground with a sad smile on her face. No, I'm not here to do that to you. Minoli and Loli have told me how hard you've been working to be sure the other captains see you fit to be his lieutenant. She raises her head to look at him. I just want you to promise me something. Now this wasn't something he was expecting. In all honesty, he was pretty much expecting her to claim his position. But she would never do that, not when she respects every hollow like an equal. What would her request be? What do you wish from me? He saw her smile brighten up a bit. Protect him. Now he's lost, and it seems she could read him like Stark-sama. Ichigo will always end up getting himself in a stupid situation, and I'm hoping you'll be there by his side to make sure he doesn't get himself hurt. She gave him another smile before turning around and walking away with slumped shoulders. He would have let her walk away, but he didn't feel satisfied with her words. They're not what she really wants to say. Why don't you become his lieutenant? He asked her, and she turned around. Because you've been working too hard for me to take it away from you, and if you have been getting stronger to be his lieutenant, then I don't have to worry about him getting in danger. It took him a while, but then he figured it out. You want to protect him, don't you? I do. She raises a hand over her chest. I sometimes feel like Ichigo would only listen to me if I told him not to do something stupid. With others, he would probably wave their words away, but mine, I feel like he only listens to me. She lowers her hand and bows deeply. Please, since I can't do it, protect him on my behalf. He watches her leave soon after those words. End of flashback. I realize after that moment that the rumors might hold some truth in them, and so after a week of thinking it over I gave my position to Lillinette. Rudborn looked towards the sisters, surprise written all over their faces. After sensing Stark-sama return from his training, I told him about my choice. I sensed both of you leave before I even got there. After a few minutes of talking, he said he was fine with my decision and that I had to inform Lily about it too. Looking back to the stage as Zamari got announced as Okiora's lieutenant, he added. Although I wasn't expecting her to be so prepared at the last minute with her choice of clothing. You mean the dress? Minoli asked before looking back at the stage. Lily had the outfit ready about a week later the moment she heard of Ichigo's promotion about 2 weeks ago. So either being his lieutenant or not, Lily would have been wearing the dress. Anyway. Loli added. Both their statements made Rudborn laugh. Guess I made the right choice then. He remembers the way both teens got lost in each other's presence, the world forgotten to them. What's small between you two will turn into a friendship, and that friendship will turn to a bond that will soon turn into love. He left as Stark ended the ceremony. Soul Society. Turquoise eyes opened to the rays of the sun breaking through his dark room. As the light hit his eyes, Toshiro covered them with his blanket. Wishing that another day wouldn't start so soon, but with no way to stop the bright object in the sky, he threw the blanket and got up. He was already late. What's the worst thing his captain can do to him, anyway? Chapter 20, Let's Talk Politics. X. Will you tour around Karakura town? Renji looked up from the paperwork to look at his captain, Byakuya staring at his own set of work. He rubbed a hand across his chest, tracing the scar Zangetsu left him. Does that mean it's our turn? The noble shook his head. It's not our turn. Captain Yukitake doesn't have someone to take with him. What about Rukia? Renji didn't voice his thought directly. I was sure he already had someone in mind to take to the human world. Rukia won't go anywhere near the human world. Is that her decision, sir? Renji flinched as his captain glared at him. It was mine. The redhead said nothing as he put down his work. Is Captain Yukitake leaving right now? He saw his captain nod, not even looking at him. He stood up and headed to the door before stopping and asking about who else would tour Karakura town. His captain didn't look at him as he answered. Captain Kamamura and Suifeng, with their respected lieutenants. His eyes widened as he heard of the petite captain. Captain Suifeng's coming? With Lieutenant? Yes. Byakuya interrupted. Head to the Senkamen before they leave you behind. He sprinted out from the room, heading straight to the Senkamen in a hurry, but soon as he walked out from his division, Renji slowed down and walked. He was having a hard time believing that Suifeng would return to the human world to hunt the infamous Hollow after her 2 years of hiatus, and with her lieutenant of all people too. 2 years. It shouldn't mean anything to him. Years was just a word that meant time had passed by. So for a Shinigami, 2 years meant nothing if you could live for centuries. But, in those 2 years, things really changed. More than what he ever expected. Flashback, 4 months after the second park incident. Renji followed Lieutenant Kotetsu as she led him across the 4th Division to see Rukia, his friend finally ready to leave. He stops as the tall, silver-haired woman knocks on a door. You have a visitor, Rukia. Aizen peek inside the room first before moving from the door and allowing him to walk in. Lieutenant Abarai came to escort you out. Yo. He said to Rukia, his friend was already back to wearing her Shinigami uniform. Finally ready to leave this place. He walks her out the division and keeps guiding her towards the local bar that off-duty Shinigami like to hang around at. She notices right away since he wasn't taking her to her home or division. Renji, where are we going? The bar. He said, and from the corner of his eyes he saw Rukia frown. You know I don't drink. I know, but, he stops to think before shrugging off his shoulders. Well, supposed to be a surprise for when you got there, but a lot of people have been asking for you. Ranjaku, Kira, Momo, and some other lieutenants. Why didn't they come and visit me then? Her frown deepened. Your brother shooed them away, saying that you needed to rest and recover. Ah. They walked in silence until they reached the local bar, Ranjaku's drunken voice reaching his ears. Oh great, she already started drinking. He slides the door open to see the commotion the woman may have already started, but to his great disbelief, the rest of the customers didn't seem to bother with her random outbursts. Usually a few Shinigami would laugh with her or be looking at her, but most of them were looking down at their drinks while taking quick glances at them and whispering among each other. What the hell? He looked over to where he saw Ranjaku and walked towards her, Rukia right behind him. Sheesh, you couldn't have waited for Rukia to get here. He scowled as he took a seat next to Shuhei, Rukia taking a seat between him and Iba. He saw Ranjaku's face planted on the table, and Momo was rubbing the woman's back. Don't worry about her, Momo, he said as he filled himself a glass. She's just drunk right now. Momo, are you okay? Rukia asked. As he heard her, he looked at the 5th Division lieutenant and noticed that she was crying. How didn't he notice that? Rukia? Ranjaku looked up and just like Momo, the woman was crying. Rukia. One last sniffed and wiping the tears with her hand, the strawberry blonde filled a glass for Rukia. I haven't seen you in forever. I've been trying to sneak into your room to see you, but your brother left a few guards outside the door to keep everyone but nurses outside. She shoves the drink into Rukia's hands. Well, you know how Nisama can get. The petite woman replied. See, I told you they were already here. Ichigo said. Yumachika flicked his hair as he took a seat next to Ranjaku. Sorry, but you know how long it takes for my hair to finish. Aren't I glad I don't have any? The bald man mutters before looking at the gathering. Now that everyone is here, let's drink. Half an hour passed by before he finally realized how the bar had still stayed quiet. Sheesh, what's wrong with everyone today? He whispers to Rukia, who took a sip of her cup, still not even done with her first drink. I don't know. Okay, you know what, I'm dying to hear it. Ichigo leaned forward towards him and grinned. You have been keeping your lips tight and sealed about what happened in the human world. So spill all the details, tell me about your encounter with Zangetsu. His words caused the surrounding mood to drop. Yumachika twirled his drink before taking a sip. It was that bad, huh? You have no idea. Ranjaku said. Come on then. The bald man slammed his hands on the table. You guys battle and survive the infamous Zangetsu, so I want to hear all the nice detail in how you guys fought him off. Fought him off. He glared at his drink. He trembles with rage as he remembers how weak Zangetsu made him feel. We got our asses handed to us, that's what happened. He directed his glare towards Ichigo. The bald man didn't flinch, but he could see his eagerness disappearing. We didn't stand a fucking chance. Right from the start, Zangetsu took out both Rukia and Omida in seconds. We couldn't even react because he froze us with his Ryatsu. We probably only lasted a minute against him. Is that true? He turned to a Shinigami who asked the question. The bar was silent and listening to him now, but he could hear a few of them whispering. Yeah, it's true. We didn't stand a chance. Why are we still looking for this hollow? Of course they lasted a minute, they're only lieutenants. But even the captains couldn't kill Zangetsu. Isn't this the third time Zangetsu has gotten away? The bar erupted into questions, and he had the half-consciousness to agree with most of them. He understood how they couldn't leave Zangetsu to roam around freely with just how dangerous the hollow had become, but why waste so much time and men to take him down? Why couldn't Central 46 order all the captains to go after the hollow? Why must only 3 of them head towards the human world while the rest stay behind? He was sure that not even Zangetsu could survive a battle against all the captains of the Godai 13. Or why can't the captain commander go after the hollow? You know it's not an easy job to find Zangetsu. Kira said, gaining the party in the bar's attention. Captain Ikamaru told me about an odd ability Zangetsu possesses. Apparently the hollow can hide his presence, Ryatsu and everything. So the hollow knows how to hide. Shuhei took a sip of his drip. That would explain how even Captain Suifong can't find the hollow. But how is he still too hard to find? All we have to do is increase our numbers. IBA said. You know this hollow could hide anywhere, right? Kira told IBA. The human world is a big place and either way, we don't even know if the hollow returned to Hueco Mundo. So what can we do? Send some of our captains into Hueco Mundo? A random Shinigami question, causing the blonde to shake his head. That would be an ugly idea. Yumachika said. If we send some of our troops into the human world and Hueco Mundo, then that would leave Soul Society mostly defenseless. Making it easier for Zangetsu to attack us. Zangetsu could be here and we may not know it because of his ability. That's not even the worst part. Momo said, causing everyone to look at her. Captain Aizen told me about the captain meeting they had after what happened and the dreadful news about Captain Yukate's report. She shivers at what her captain told her. Zangetsu is some soldier who's a follower of the king of Hueco Mundo that leads an army full of monsters like Zangetsu. No way that's real. IBA asked in disbelief. It's real, he said. Captain Kuchiki told me about the other hollow that Zangetsu came with. He and Captain Suifong fought him and they couldn't even beat it. So there's not only a bigger monster out there that's stronger than Zangetsu, but there's more like him, too. Rukia spoke, feeling her stomach twist itself into a knot. Are they building an army to fight us? He looked around the bar as everyone broke out into whispers. He could understand their reasons for sounding scared and worried. When his captain told him about it, the scar on his chest started burning. Was he ready to fight in a war against powerful opponents like Zangetsu? Only if I want to end up like Marekio. Thinking about the late 2nd Division lieutenant, he raises his cup and silently makes a toast. He may not know what happened, but from what he understood and got told, Omida had to sacrifice his life to save theirs. I'm sorry that I only talked to you because you were rich. Renji. Hearing his name, he turns to look at Rukia and realizes that everyone else was staring at him. He looks at his raised cup. To Omida, his death won't be in vain. We'll find Zangetsu and bring him down. He drank to his fellow late lieutenant. Where is he? He turned to look at the speaker and was more than blown away to see a young girl with long, light brown hair and green eyes wearing a pink kimono with white flowers patterns inside a bar. What are you doing here, kid? Instead of answering his question, the kid asked the same thing again, making him scowl. Go home, kid, you shouldn't be here. He saw the girl ignore him and started looking around the group when her eyes landed on Rukia. You're from the Kuchiki clan, right? The girl asked. Well. I am. Rukia sputtered as she looked around the bar to find the girl's parents. You should go home, your parents might be worried about you. Maero. An out-of-breath voice spoke and he turned to the bar's entrance to see a rather large man with curly hair, a necklace made of gold wearing a pair of sunglasses, all while wearing a pair of some very expensive-looking clothes. As the girl turned around to look at the man, he figured this was the girl's father. Monitor your kid better so she won't. He stopped as the man straightened himself out and a quick memory flashed before him. He has seen this man before. Yoromita Marenishin. This was Marekio's father. So that means the girl is his sister. He turns to look at the girl who was staring back at Rukia, the child's stare making his friend shift nervously on her seat. Where is he? Maero asked again, though this time her request sounded like a demand. Marenishin sighed as he put a hand on his daughter's shoulders. Maero. You already know. As a response, Maero turned around and hit her father on the shin, making the man wince. As he let go of her, the girl ran out of the bar while crying out, "He's not dead." Shaking his head, Marenishin looked back to the ragged group of Shinigami. I'm sorry about that, he sounded so worn out. It has been hard for her to accept that Marekio isn't with us anymore. He looked at Rukia. She recently just learned about how you were there in Marekio's last moments and thought she could get a different answer from you since you're from the Kuchiki clan. She thought you would have told her the truth by promising it on your clan's name. He sighed as he turned around and crossed his arms. I'm not like Maero. No need to lie about Marekio's death to me, so tell me how he died. Though the question wasn't directed towards her specifically, he knew that Marenishin expected for Rukia to answer him. He turns to look at Rukia, her eyes staring deeply into her drink. He died protecting us. He turned back to see the back of Marenishin nodding and left soon after that. There goes the mood. Ichigo said, receiving glares from the surrounding lieutenants. What? I mean, honestly, what a way to ruin the mood. Not like there was a lively mood from the start. Shuhei may feel a bit buzzed, but he was nowhere near drunk. Before Renji got here, Ranjaku was already drowning herself with alcohol after what happened today at the captain's meeting. He cocked and tattooed eyebrow up. He wonders if it had to do with the sudden captain's meeting his captain got called for. Captain Kuchiki left for the meeting with a rush. What was it about? Quiet sobbing reached his ears and he turned to look at Momo. Toshiro. She couldn't continue after Captain Hitsugaya's name left her mouth when she started to silently choke on her sobs. They stripped Captain Hitsugaya of his rank. He rushed to meet Ranjaku's face. What? That was a joke, right? It was a decision made by most of the captains, Central 46 and the captain commander. The strawberry blonde turned to him. Just recently many of the captains had frowned down upon the way Captain Hitsugaya seemed to abandon his duties as a captain since he has been focusing himself in finding Zangetsu. They finally seemed to realize that he had become incredibly obsessed with the hollow. She took a quick swing of her drink. Central 46 got involved when the Omida clan asked about specific details in the death of their son, while his death wasn't kept away from them, the way he died did, since there was still not enough information about what happened. The Omida clan and Central 46 didn't have a full painted picture until the captain commander spoke up about how their son had probably saved us by distracting Zangetsu. The Omida clan blamed Captain Hitsugaya for his multiple failures to kill Zangetsu. So after that, the Omida clan demanded to set Captain Hitsugaya on trial for the possible direct death of their son. That's fucking stupid. He slammed the table. Why would Central 46 listen to them? They're not even one of the 4 great noble houses. They have no power over Central 46. Ranjaku glared at him. You're right, they shouldn't, unless one of the nobles' clans sees it fit that Captain Hitsugaya gets set on trial. Wait. You're not telling us that my Nisama asked for it? Rukia said, causing him to get taken aback. I want to be angry at your brother but can't. Ranjaku looked down at her drink. Central 46 interviewed all the captains except for Toshiro, so that's how they learned of him ignoring his captain's duty. After the trial finished, and they found Toshiro guilty, Central 46 finally decided on a punishment that wouldn't keep him away from the possible war that's building up slowly. A few of the captains didn't care about Toshiro's punishment, but others did, and those who cared made their thoughts very obvious. Now drunk, as he has been drinking throughout the blonde's explanation, Ichigo raises his hand. Oh, yeah, Captain Zaraki told us that he didn't really care about what may happen to Captain Hitsugaya because it pissed him off when Hitsugaya interrupted his fight with Zangetsu. So you can guess that he was in favor of the punishment. Yumachika added. My captain didn't care for Hitsugaya's punishment either. Kira continued after taking a quick drink. And neither did Kuratsuchi. So you can guess if he was against it or with it. Shuhei, with his head on the table and with rosy cheeks, said, Captain Kaname thought the punishment was fair enough. Same with my captain. IBA commented. Just to make the list shorter, only 4 captains went against Hitsugaya's punishment, and they were Aizen, Unohana, Yukitake, and Shunsui. Everyone, including the captain commander, thought it was fair. But we just lost one of our captains. Again, he screamed in outrage. A war might break out soon and they ruin an entire functional division. Central 46 had tasked someone from the 2nd Division to fill up the captain role in the 10th Division. Ranjaku sighed. I don't know who it is, but I hope he's not too strict. Can Captain Hitsugaya get his position back? No matter what, he will still see and call the young prodigy a captain. Ranjaku looks at him and says, he does. The captain commander gave him 3 years to kill Zangetsu, but if he can't do it, then he won't become a captain until the next 200 years. He leans back on the chair and looks up to the ceiling. 3 years? All right, then I guess I have plenty of time to help Captain Hitsugaya get his place back. He looks back to the group to see everyone staring at him with shock. What? You'll help Toshiro get his position back? Momo said, having a hard time believing his words. It's nowhere near being a problem for him, he won't get any sort of reward whatsoever. Why? If only I was a bit stronger, then Marekio wouldn't have died. His death's a bigger problem for me than his. Momo quietly thanked him and he smirked at the strawberry blonde. You'll get your captain back soon enough. Besides, he only got demoted. That's not much of a punishment since all he has to do is kill one lousy hollow. Actually, Ranjaku sounds like she's hating herself for sounding like a broken record. Getting demoted from a captain wasn't his punishment. He got demoted to a lieutenant. Rukia frowns upon hearing the very odd punishment. Lieutenant? Who needs a Lu? She stops and her eyes slowly widen. Are you saying he has become her lieutenant? As Ranjaku slowly nods, he curses. Ah fuck. End of flashback. The worst part of Captain Hitsugaya's ordeal was spending and wasting 2 years of his hunt by training with his temporary captain, but now after so long, the boy's back. I made a promise to help him. Renji tightened his fist and rushed towards the Senkaman, not trying to waste any more of Hitsugaya's time. After a few more minutes he reached his destination and found Captain Yukitake, Suifeng, and Kamamura waiting, though Suifeng looked a little impatient right now. The woman was tapping her right feet while looking left and right with a glare. He's late. She spat her words, and as her eyes landed on Kachiki's lieutenant, she started badmouthing Toshiro. I gave him a time and place, but that worthless brat is far worse than Marekio ever was. Come on now, Captain Suifeng, don't be so rude towards your lieutenant. Yukitake started looking around for the woman's second seat. I'm sure Toshiro-kun overslept. That's the reason I sent him to bed earlier than usual, so that he wouldn't wake up too late. Captain Kamamura frowned behind his mask. You're not the boy's mother either. Renji watched the petite captain argue with her colleagues before noticing Iba walking up to him. How long have you guys been waiting for? About 10 minutes. Iba's response made the redhead scowl. Why is she tripping so hard? Also, if she thought this would be a problem, then why didn't she fetch him before coming here? Yeah, why didn't you wake me up, Captain Suifeng? Hearing Toshiro's voice behind them, both second seats move out of the way to reveal a very much relaxed Lieutenant Hitsugaya with a cup of tea in his hand. With the appearance of her cause of anger, Suifeng marched to the boy and poked his chest with every word. You're late, Lieutenant. His body flinched from the hard poking, but his expression didn't. Toshiro sipped some of his tea before replying. My alarm didn't go off. His words only caused the woman to look at him with a stare that death would try to avoid. In the 2 years of becoming Suifeng's lieutenant, he learned that the woman wouldn't make his life any easier. She was really going after him, either because the death of her lieutenant was on his hand or because... No wait, there's no or, the 2nd Division captain just wanted him dead. I guess she cared for her late lieutenant. She trained him in ways that would break a normal Shinigami's but not him. Suifeng must have forgotten that he's a captain. Toshiro looked away from his captain, which only caused the woman to go on another rant that he didn't much care about. He used to be a captain, and it hurts to think about it. It hurts even more knowing that he only has about a year left to kill Zangetsu. Suifeng put him in some very intense training that was better described as torture, and because of that training, he just lost 2 or 3 years. His time was running out, and he has become more desperate in returning to Karakura town. He looked back at her with an icy look. We need to get going, Captain Suifeng, we're wasting our time. He spoke to her coolly and calmly as he walked past her, which only made Suifeng reply to him with a fiery attitude. Don't think you can order me around, Lieutenant Hitsugaya. As the boy kept walking away, she narrowed her eyes into a glare and smirked. I can tell the captain commander that we'll skip our turn and let another captain go. Watching as the boy stops and clutch his right hand into a fist that shakes with anger, she turns around. I train you to be patient, but seeing how impatient you are, I guess we need to go for another 2 years of training. She never got to take the first step before Toshiro opened his mouth. I'm sorry, Captain Suifeng. He didn't even turn around to apologize to her, and it's not like he needed to. She could practically see him say those words through gritted teeth and feel the rage it drives him through. Good, she walked past him and saw the silver-haired boy glaring at the ground. Now that you remember your place, let's head to Karakura town. Captain Yukitake softly shook his head. Well, this is going to be a very interesting week. Hueco Mundo. Fucking finally. Ichigo threw his hands over his head and looked at Lily, who finally listened to his request by wrapping black bandages around her chest. 3 days later and we're finally done running through all these damn sheets. Lily rolled her eye before turning to both Minoli and Loli, who got invited into their apartment. Thanks for the help, you two. I'll owe you one. She watched as both Ajuchas stood up and left before turning her sights on Ichigo. You know, this could have gotten done faster if we had paid attention. She looks down to the 2 piles on the table, one larger than the other one. I'm going to kill Shinji. Go for it, the redhead grumbled before picking up the smaller pile of papers. That jackass reprinted everyone's paper at least 5 times. I knew I wasn't imagining things when I saw Rudborn's name twice in a row. He turns his sights on the crumble-up paper on the floor. Apparently Shinji decided to prank him by making his first captain's duty a pain in the ass. Luckily for him, he gave half the sheets to Lily, and they soon found out about Shinji's little prank when Lily stumbled upon the blonde's transfer sheet that only said his name and his hobby to annoy people when he's bored. Lily took the papers from his hand and ran a quick scan through all of them. Well, at least he made us waste our time. Our division isn't ready until tomorrow. But that doesn't mean we can't start on our duties. She looks up to him and says, you know what our division is all about, right? Search for hollows across Hueco Mundo or the human world and bring them back here for protection. He crosses his arms behind his head. Not much of a job. I'd rather be out there on the battlefield than be cramped up in an office. How much do you know about the recent changes? That caught Ichigo's attention. Recent changes? About what? Hueco Mundo, what else? She stops to see Minoli's name again and removes the extra paper before answering Ichigo. Barragan seems to call back most of his army in Minos Park to search for Harabel's whereabouts. Harabel? Ichigo furrowed his eyebrows. Why would Barragan be searching for her? You don't know? She asked him with a curious tone, still looking through the papers. Haven't you heard the rumors that are going around right now? Scowling, the redhead says, have little time to stop and listen when we're in the middle of a war. So you really don't know? She looks at him and says, about a few months ago a ton of hollows from both sides in Hueco Mundo started joining forces with Tia Harabel and made her into a third-party representative. So now she has enough followers for her to join this war. But she wouldn't do anything like that. Of course she wouldn't. She mirrors the same look on Ichigo's eyes, his signature scowl. But if Barragan gets to find and kill her, then he'll force her entire followers into soldiers and possibly attack us with heavier forces. I don't get it. Why would they leave La Estrella if we're protecting them? Ichigo spoke his troubled thoughts and Lily answered him right away. Because they're afraid, even Barragan's hollows are afraid. When our conflict started we were on the losing end of this war, we couldn't train new hollows to replace the ones we lost until we stepped into the battlefield, but things were already too late. Many hollows thought we were a lost cause so they jumped ship, but they couldn't turn to Barragan because then they would get killed so they marched aimlessly until they found Tia. As for Barragan's army, once we started kicking their asses many of them left when they thought Barragan was the one losing the war and just like our hollows, they found refuge with Tia. Why didn't they come here? Because of the Visards. Ichigo tisked at the stupid reason. What is it about the Visards that they don't like? Arrancar and Visards are basically the same thing. His friend sighed and shook her head. Acceptance wasn't going to happen right away. But they don't bother giving them a chance. Ichigo argued. They're great people. Possibly the only people in this entire world that sees them as individuals. Ichigo, you don't understand. Lily looked at him with a glum look in her eye. Us, the hollows, we spent our entire life living like animals, hell, some of us possibly live longer as a hollow than we did being human and, because of that, by some point in our lives we stop looking at ourselves like regular human beings and more like monsters. But aren't you trying to change that? Ichigo may not know of everything that Lily does around La Estrella and as Stark's lieutenant since lately he's involved in the war more directly, but from what he understands, Lily was trying to change the Hollow's point of view. She was trying to show them that their lives didn't end by becoming hollows. The lime-haired girl sighed and leaned her head on her hand. I am, but things are harder than what I ever expected. I finally got most of them to respect their lives and others so that we wouldn't be getting so many cases of feeding frenzies. The most humane hollows that Minoli and Loli got to find got sent to me before I got them a job around the divisions and a few stores in the plaza for them to sell sales Arrancar pills. Jobs and sell food. Hearing her friend's confused voice, Lily pulls out a silver coin with a star on one side and flips it to reveal a moon on the other side. Yoruchi gave me a very, very long speech about politics and governments a year ago. She once said that I was trying to establish a, somewhat, government because of how I felt towards the hollows. A government? You. Ichigo interrupted, feeling more confused than ever. He never imagined that Lily would turn out like this, or sound so interested in such things like politics. Who do you think helped establish all the division's jobs? You. Ichigo's mind was now feeling muddled. Lily nodded as she tossed the coin to Ichigo. Escudo isn't just our military force, it's also our form of government. All the divisions that we have, made Stark's and my job easier to handle. While Sale and Urahara run our science department, they also help us run the entire city's power, and they also put cameras across Minos Park to keep a watch on our food supply. Also, with the help of Tensai and Hachi, they created the Kido barrier that signals us when hollows try to sneak in here. So when that happens, Okiora's division, the communication division, passes the message to any of the members of Kensei's division where they handle the hollow themselves. Of course, if the hollow come here in good nature, then we have them go through a test first to see if they're worthy of becoming registered citizens into our city. As for the test, well, they have an entire year with Rose and Love in protecting Minos Park from Baragon's army. Who the hell do Love and Rose work for? Ichigo asked, still surprised with how each division seems connected with one another. And what about Yoruchi? How is it that she gets to be in the human world only? Love and Rose work for Stark under his division, which only focuses on protecting Minos Park, which is where we farm our food. Lily answered, which caused Ichigo to frown softly. They get to protect Minos Park daily. I mean, I remember getting sent there a few times when things got too hard for them to handle, but, if they were always under pressure, how come Okiora or Stark never send me there more often? Actually, since you were Stark's lieutenant, how come you never fought? Because I was more focused on helping the hollows inside La Estrella. Besides, we have over 1,000 hollows in Minos Park, 2 captain-class Shinigami and 1 powerful Vastolord. Lily shrugged her shoulders before standing up as she heard a knock on the door. Probably the reason you didn't get sent there so often. Also, as for Yoruchi, she actually works for the communication division. In fact, she's supposed to be the captain with Okiora as her lieutenant, but she didn't want the job and instead works in keeping us informed about what the Shinigami have been doing. What does Shinji do? Ichigo's eyes follow Lily. Collects information. About? Just about everything. When was the last case of a feeding frenzy, numbers of attacks on Minos Park, how many jillions we have consumed an entire month, sales, etc. That sounds like a lot of work. Ichigo guesses that's the reason Shinji came to the plaza for his promotion. To get away from all the paperwork. She snorted before opening the door to Zamari. His job is easy thanks to me. How can I help you? Lilinette-sama or Lieutenant Gingerbuck, I have a very important message from Rose to Captain Kurosaki. Before the hollow could repeat the message from Rose, one of Rudborn's drones, which looks like a far smaller miniature version of the tree-like Ajuchas, shoved himself forward and now stood in front of an agitated Zamari and a curious Lily. Captain Kurosaki. Hollow in the human world. Hunted by Shinigami. Report to the Science Division. After the last message, the drone slowly dried out before ending up looking like a dead tree. That was interesting. Ichigo commented from behind Lily before asking about what Rose wanted. He said how that hollow got spotted again. That's how the message ended, and it caused Lily to scowl. That sounded a lot like a personal message between the both of them. Hey, what hollow is Rose talking about? She turned to Ichigo and noticed the way his eyebrows deepened, a typical sign that told her that he was scowling under his mask. Something that I should know, Captain. Yeah. But first, we need to head toward Sale. Ichigo walked out, Zamari already long gone. Before following, Lily taps her right hip to feel her sword. Okay, good. She looked over her captain and saw both his dual-color hilts inside their sheaths. She started jogging after him before they both jumped in a sonido. A few minutes later, both of them reached the doors to the entrance of the north facade, the science divisions. Everything about the north facade was different compared to the rest, since everything about the entire division was more modern up. Computers with equally confusing electronics got placed in almost any corner with a group of the most humane hollows keeping a watch if any changes had happened. Ichigo, finally curious enough about the hollows, asked Lily about it. When you found Mosqueda and Dordoni with the strange colony of hollows, many of them had stayed looking closely human because they had tried to remove their mask at the early stage of their evolution, but most of them didn't end so well. Many of them died during it, but those who didn't reverted themselves back into a human-like body but still kept their mask whole, and they gained some form of deformity. Lily answered and then said, Sale has even classified them as a different class of Minos Pequeño. The redhead was about to ask about the deformity part when he noticed a hollow with wide shoulder blades that seemed to come out from the hollow's back. Ah, I see. Yeah, I put many of them into Shinji's and Sale's division because they help them out where they need the extra hands at. Lily added. Ichigo hummed before pushing a French door to reveal the main room of the science division, the room buzzing with life. Hollows sat in front of monitors that were set around La Estrella, Minos Park, and the human world. In front of the room was a giant screen that seemed a bit off focus. Can't you idiots set our connection right? Hearing Hiyori's voice, both teens looked at the girl that was barking at a hollow, the Shinigami wearing a headset. You're supposed to be in charge of this thing, Paramiya. Roka Paramiya was a humane hollow with 4 large spider legs coming from her back wrapped in tattered clothes with a normal human skull mask, and because of her human body, Ichigo could see the way Roka was a woman with her obvious chest size and curves. Perhaps feeling a bit bad for the girl, he spoke up to gain Hiyori's attention and her wrath. Hey, Snaggletooth, what the hell do you need? And can you stop ordering people around? You're not this place's lieutenant. Put a sock in it, Captain Shitface. The aggressive Shinigami pointed a finger at Ichigo and made a point. Also, I may not be this division lieutenant, but since those 2 idiots ditched their job on me because of their stupid project, I had to be the one running this place. Ma'am, we finally have an image of the human world. Roka said, bringing everyone's attention to the giant screen. Ichigo could see 3 lieutenants after a large naga-like hollow with shoulder-length black hair and a skull-like mask. Most of its muscular body was dark brown, but its arms were a deep red, and a black pattern resembling saw blades on a thick strip starts on his back and runs down the length of his tail, the tip of which is black and a hollow hole at the center of his chest, near his collarbones. As he looks more closely at the video, Ichigo notices Captain Hitsugaya. But he's wearing a lieutenant badge. What happened to him? Find Yoruchi. Hiyori barked at the woman, and she started typing down some coordinates. Give me a few minutes, she said, which caused the Shinigami to groan. We don't have a minute. She turned to Ichigo and yelled at the redhead. What are you doing? Get your ass to the human world. Paramiya, earpieces. As Roka gives her 2 earpieces, she tosses them to both teens before she starts experimenting with the headset's controls. Alright, both the headset and earpieces linked up. Now get your asses to the human world. Ichigo passes the other device to Lily and looks back to the giant screen to see Shinigami captains chasing a black cat. Crap. Yoruchi needs help. She will be okay, Lily said as she fixed her earpiece. Don't forget who she is. Right now she's baiting the captains away from the hollow so we can rescue it easier. She glanced at her friend to see him nod and looked back to Roka. Go back to the hollow. The hollow did as she was told, Lily said. Does that place look familiar to you, Ichigo? I think it does. Ichigo looked to his side and tapped the air, opening a garganta. Hey, Captain Dumbass. I shouldn't be the one to tell you this, but you can't afford to waste your time fighting the Shinigami. Sale and Urahara made sure Hueco Mundo was impossible for the Shinigami to find exact coordinates to enter, but when a garganta opens up between worlds, there are small traces for them to use before we can jam them. Save the hollow, got it? No fighting the Shinigami. Hiyori glanced towards Ichigo to once again see the redhead nod. Good, you got 10 minutes. Don't waste them. Watching them leave, Hiyori went back to barking orders. I want you idiots ready for when they close the Garganta. Because if there's one person who can find us, it's Captain Kuratsuchi. Lily looked at Ichigo, who was quietly walking towards the other end of the interdimensional tunnel. Just a few minutes ago he looked like he was ready to rush into the human world, but now it looks like his rush has run out. She really needs to start a conversation to get rid of the silences before old memories come creeping out again. So, about the hollow that you said you would tell me? Ichigo didn't look back to her as he answered in a monotone. About a year ago when the war was right at the peak and I was doing daily tours in Minos Park, a stranger double-headed Jillian was getting spotted across the battlefield. At first we ignored it, but then later on we started seeing it eating hollows from both sides, and before we knew it, the Jillian was hunting full parties of hollows, full Ajucha's parties. Finally, a scowl reached his eyes and a troubled tone creeped into his voice. We tried talking to it, but it disappeared all the time without a trace. I talked to Sale about it and he thinks that the Jillian is just feeding on our troops and Barragan's men to only evolve, but I doubt it. Lately it became a problem because it started targeting our farms too. The redhead was about to step through the Garganta before Lily pulled him back. He looked towards her to see a troubled look on her face. What's wrong? She questions him first. She knew there was something else troubling him, and if she has to guess, it's by seeing Captain Hitsugaya again. You're acting really off. Does it have to do with seeing the Shinigami again? Obviously she was right, but it wasn't the entire truth. I'm nervous right now. This is going to be my first official mission as a captain. I can't screw things up, and the fact that I have to see Captain Hitsugaya out of all the Shinigami there, I just feel so edgy. He started walking in circles, arms flying over his head in melodramatic fashion. Last time I was so unprepared for him. I know that I had 2 years to train myself, but he could have done the same thing too. I need to make sure I have a plan ready for any possible scenario. And the worst part of it all, I also can't fight through all of them. On the contrary, now that you're here with me I have to make sure he doesn't hurt you. It's sweet that Ichigo's worried about her, but he needs to understand that he has nothing to worry about. Ichigo, I had 2 years to train myself too, you know. She shifted her weight to her left side and poked him in the chest. I won't ever be a damsel in distress that's waiting for her white knight to come rescue her. So I'm going to tell you this only once, never worry about me. I know how to take care of myself. Trying to lighten up the mood around them now, she wraps her left pinky with Ichigo's. Remember our promise? Ichigo smiles as he tightens his finger. Do nothing stupid. He leads down his forehead to press it against her forehead. If I am, then don't do it alone. Lily smiled, happy that he hasn't forgotten his promises. As they stood there, she finally realized how close he was to her. He left only a few inches of space between them. Seeing Lily's cheeks go crimson, Ichigo finally realizes that his actions have caused her to blush. 2 years ago he would have done the same, but things were different now. Feeling bold, he teased her. What's wrong? He brings her closer to feel and see her warm reddened cheeks more closely. You're heating up, Lieutenant Gingerbuck. Are you getting nervous? Getting teased by Ichigo wasn't something that she ever thought could be possible, but here she was. Blushing like a schoolgirl just because her crush was teasing her. Crush, great. I have a crush on my best friend. Seeing the smug look on his face made her realize that Ichigo was getting off some kicks by just doing this. Two can play this game. Deciding to close the distance between them, Lily presses her body on his. I think I am. I mean, there'll be a lot of Shinigami waiting for us. So here I am thinking if the mighty and powerful Zangetsu could protect his princess, she could feel his body stiffen a bit. So he could tease and be bold to her, but once she returns the effects, Ichigo gets uncomfortable. Note to self, asked Yoruchi for advice on how to tease men. And now she's teasing me back. He needs to remember to keep his cool and just go with it. He means it's not like this is anything serious, they're just teasing each other in a harmless manner. Besides, just moments ago she said how she would never end up being a damsel in distress. Don't worry about that, Your Highness, I'm always ready to protect my princess. Not knowing how to keep the teasing going, Lily gently pushed herself from Ichigo and held back a playful giggle. Your princess. That's a bold statement, Captain. They both started walking towards the end of the Garganta side to side while playfully arguing. They had been stalking the hollow that appeared in Karakura town as a group before Yoruchi appeared and grabbed the captain's attention before leading them towards somewhere else. So now it was just the lieutenants that were trailing the hollow. This is bad. IBA said, we can't just leave this hollow alone like this. He seems to target the girl with the orange hair. He tried to purify the hollow before Renji put a hand on his shoulders. Just wait a little longer. We need to see if the reports are true. But the girl. IBA yelled back. Toshiro glared at the hollow who finally started becoming aggressive, flipping a car as he now chases after the girl. The Arrancar had seemed to save all hollow that appears in the human world. This could be all the evidence that we need to prove the existence of the possible army that they had been building for the last 2 years. That's all we need to focus on, searching a way to enter Hueco Mundo. They leap towards the top of another building. The losing of one soul won't compare to the millions that we might lose. IBA grinding his teeth as he spoke through them. But our duty is to save people from the hollows. The back of Toshiro's hair stood up as he felt a Garganta open above them. And if we're lucky, we'll do both our jobs right now. The lieutenants looked up to hear 2 distinguished voices coming from within the black void. Oh, come on. You gotta be feeling a little excited right now. You're going to be fighting alongside the royal princess of Hueco Mundo. More likely going to end up being a royal pain on my ass. And I'm not fighting alongside you. You're fighting alongside me. As the Arrancar finally stepped outside the Garganta, Toshiro's eyes went straight to Ichigo, who was ignoring their presence and was arguing with a lime-haired girl he had never seen before. Is she the girl that Captain Kuchiki almost killed 3 years ago? Why do both of them look grown up? He watched as the girl rolled her eye at the redhead. Whatever you say, Captain Kurosaki. That made his blood boil. Captain Kurosaki. Just remember our plan, Lieutenant Gingerbuck. Ichigo grumbles and turns his sights down on Captain Hitsugaya and the other lieutenants. Or should I say Lieutenant Hitsugaya now? He looked towards the cold glare the boy was sending him with one of his own. So we meet again, Captain. Oh wait, that's not your rank anymore, right, Lieutenant Hitsugaya? Kurosaki Ichigo, or do you prefer that I call you Captain Kurosaki now? Toshiro asked back with a bitter tone which only caused Ichigo to look at him with a smug look. Just called me with whatever pisses you off, brat.